Welcome back. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate your support on the channel and on the video. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. Okay, in this live stream, we're going to go through the 12 houses. Hopefully in one stream. If I have to break it up, then there will be separate parts. To do a general reading. General readings are not intended to resonate with everyone. So if it doesn't resonate, please don't force it. Please kindly disregard it. I'll be back to do another as soon as possible. These are going to be short-term energy readings, as energy changes all the time. So I'm just checking the trajectory. Even a thought can change the path that energy is moving. Let's see. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay. All right, and also, okay, I'm going to read some introductions repeatedly for a while until it's ingrained, to go over the houses and to go over each zodiac, which is a constellation in astrology. So let's see here, and this is the literature that I'm reading from this time around. Okay, so yesterday I just read each section, that went over the houses and that went over the signs. Now I'm going to try to read this section here. They're like segmented into 3 signs for each chapter that it goes into the section. I kind of hesitated because I'm reading this live with you guys for the first time too. But anyhow, so like in this chapter, it's going to go over Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. And there's a little introduction here. So I'm going to read the introduction too. Since we're starting from the top this time, because last time we started from the 12th house and worked our way up. But let's see here. So it says in this chapter, we'll be going over Aries, the ram. Let's get going. Then Taurus, the bull, tending, nurturing, guiding. And Gemini, the twins, minds and motion. At first glance, the 3 zodiac signs appear to have little in common. Aries likes to get things going, Taurus likes to keep them as they are, and Gemini likes to talk about them. But these signs of spring share one key characteristic. They create. The seasons of spring is all about new growth and new life, and these 3 signs of spring are all about getting things started. But these signs don't need anybody to tell them what to do or how to do it. They're out there already making things happen. And remember, as you're reading about the signs of spring, consider the influences of the signs of your ascendant and descendant. As we talked about in chapter 3, your ascendant or rising sign is the quote-unquote you that you show the outside world, sometimes with more intense energy than your sun sign. The sign of your descendant suggests that partners, romantic, business, and just friends that attract you. You'll need your birth chart to know your ascendant and descendant signs. Okay, so now we'll get into Aries, the ram, leading the charge. How many Aries does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1, and you better get the hell out of the way. It's no accident that Aries is the first sign. If it hadn't been, it would have been rearranged, the zodiac, to get there. It said if it hadn't been, it would have rearranged the zodiac to get there. Aries is the sign of the pioneer, the daredevil, and the person who just won't say no. In legend, the ram often came to the rescue, and in fact, that's how Aries ended up as a constellation, as a reward from Jupiter for trying to save some children from the machinations of their wicked stepmother. Nothing can stop the ram. As the first of the cardinal signs, no one has a stronger will. Rams want to be where the action is and will do anything to make sure they get there first. Don't stand in a ram's way. You're likely to get run down by this hard charging leader of the zodiac. Rams are the only fire sign with the cardinal quality, which means that they'll like to start things but might not want to finish them. Cardinal signs, which are Aries, Cancer, and Libra, and Capricorn, start each season and are signs of beginnings. Aries sees the start of something new as fun stuff, but when it comes to finishing, they'd rather pass off to someone else. Because Rams are also fire signs, they're enthusiastic and impulsively go off to start something without giving it much thought. Apprentice, hi everybody, thank you for your support on the channel and on the video. So anyhow, it says fools rush in where angels fear to tread. True, but rushing in takes great courage, and Rams have plenty of that. All right, the next section here, it's called the best and worst of Rams. Rams are assertive, direct, and straightforward, but this also means that they can be aggressive, blunt, or impatient. Strong-willed Aries can be remarkably single-minded when they have a goal in sight, but this single-mindedness can make them tactless, blind to side issues, or just plain irritating. The symbol for Aries could be interpreted to represent the eyebrows and the nose, the face, in other words, the part of the body that's under Aries rulership, or it could be interpreted as a sign of the emergence of self, of beginnings. It also represents the constellation Aries, which appears in the sky standing erect, its head facing towards Mars. Aries like challenges and are often wonderful leaders. Their courage can inspire others to follow their lead, and their confidence and enthusiasm get everybody where they're going. But don't expect the Aries to follow through. When the novelty wears off and routine sets in, Aries sheds responsibility like the ram sheds his winter coat. But anyone who likes a challenge also likes a good fight. And Aries can be argumentative at their worst. They're steamrollers running over anything that stands in their way, but at their best, Aries are idea people who can inspire others to help those ideas see the light of day. Okay, so that's the introduction for Aries. Next, I'll read about the house. This author kept saying that Aries don't finish things. But I feel like that was a biased opinion for them. Because, I don't know, I know a lot of Aries that definitely start things, but they finish it too. But anyhow, all right, so this section here talks about the houses, and we'll read the blurb. Let me see here. Yeah, because it also encompasses the first, second, and third houses together. So let's see, it says in this chapter, it talks about houses is where the action is. The first three houses, the most personal houses. And then it goes on to talk about the first house is taking care of number one. The second house is are you what you own? And the third house has the subheading that says the street where you live. So from the very beginnings of astrology, astrologers divided life into different categories. The Babylonian astrologers named these areas the houses to represent the areas where the drama of your life unfolds. Whereas signs are psychological processes, houses are experiential. Or as astrologer Stephen Forrest puts it, we are our signs and we do our houses. Because there are 12 signs and 12 houses, learning the symbolism of the sign is a big step toward learning the symbolism of the houses. Still, they aren't all the same thing, so let's make sure you understand what the difference is. All right. Yeah, I think that this section is important to read. So here we go. And this section is going to talk more about the houses. And you guys, even this part right here where it's going to give us a breakdown about the chart and its wheel form eventually too, because I want to get into the aspects of the charts, and we're going to talk about that too progressively as well. So let's talk about, let's see, the houses. Houses are where it is. There are specific meanings to which houses. Let me turn this over for a second. Okay. There are specific meanings to which houses your planets are in, adding more dimensions to unlocking the mysteries of you. Any house in your birth chart with more than one planet in it shows an area of your life that is emphasized and strengthened. At the same time, houses without any planets are active as well. It all depends on the house's ruler and the aspect it has. A house without planets in it could be just as strong or even stronger than one with planets visible. Aspects are covered in more detail in Chapter 17. All houses, whether empty or full, have house rulers, which describe what's happening in that area of your life. It's not like there's nothing going on just because there are no planets in a house. Remember, all houses have rulers or landlords, which are ultimately in charge of the house. On the other hand, if one planet's quote unquote living in a house, it's also its ruler, then that house has, in effect, a resident landlord. Just like a real landlord, that planet's going to have a lot of control over what happens in that particular area of life. As you read in earlier chapters, or as you read in earlier chapters, the houses in your chart appear as 12 pie slices, 6 below the horizon and 6 above. Your horizon divides your chart into north and south and runs from your ascendant to your descendant. In an astrological chart, south is the upper half, or houses 7 through 12, and north is the lower half, or the first 6 houses. Okay, so then just because we're talking about it, hey everybody in the chat, thank you for your support on the video and on the channel. These are the houses, just in case you're unaware. So when you look at the chart and you see these segments here, these sections, and then I like the chart that has the numbers somewhere. It's usually in the inner realm. So these are the houses. And then the ascendant and descendant line, the horizon line is right there. The midheaven and the lower heaven, the MC and the IC that is mentioned, is right here. All right. So let's see, 4 points of the compass. We introduce the concepts of your astrological ascendant, descendant, midheaven, and lower heaven in part 1. Here we return to the birth chart. Oh, there's a particular, okay, of the Dalai Lama. So this is the Dalai Lama's chart that they have there as an example. So they said that here we return to the birth chart of the Dalai Lama to look at each of these points in more depth, and we'll show you where to find them on His Holiness's chart so that you in turn can find them in your own. Okay. It continues to say, well, no, actually, I'm not going to read that in this live stream because it's for someone's particular chart. So let's continue to talk about the first house, Aries house, taking care of number 1, because we're about to get into that house and do a reading. Okay, so in this live stream, we're going to do general readings, and we will be starting in the first house. Okay. In other streams, we do personal readings. So occasionally I feel moved to work on a personal reading, but rarely when I have a purpose in a live stream will I stop what I'm doing to work on a personal reading. But for subscribers, especially those who have been subscribed for 30 days or longer, I might have the stream for subscribers for those who have been subscribed for 2 months or longer. But on those streams, that's when I would like to work on personal readings. Let's see here, because a lot of times people exploit the situation, which is why I don't like to just do it anymore randomly, because people can be exploitive and also toxic towards me when I offer those readings for free for people that aren't familiar with my style of reading or familiar with the channel. For example, they'll subscribe just to get a reading and unsubscribe, not knowing that at any moment I'll put a subscriber mode on there, so they can't do that and exploit the situation. Or they'll use the like button as if it's currency and I'm not even getting paid for it. It's a free reading. So using a like button as if I'm getting payment for that, especially on a channel that's not monetized, you can see how that could be pretty toxic. So people can be pretty abusive with free reading opportunities, which is why I don't offer them as liberally as I used to. It could become very abusive and toxic. Going into reading for Aries, the first house, taking care of number one. This is the house of self, the place where your ascendant, your personality, and self image resides. Here is where you'll find your personal style, from your mannerisms to your temperament, from your disposition to your likes and dislikes, as well as a key to why you look the way you do. This house also includes your physical body and your early childhood, and is closely tied to your health. This is the house where your ascendant lives, the place where you'll find the mask that best serves your needs. Successfully navigated, the first house shows a sense of control and direction. If it is less successfully navigated, there will be a lack of self assurance, which might manifest in a number of different ways. Because the planet that rules the natural first house is Mars, and its corresponding sign is Aries, it's clear that the focus of this house is going to be your identity, or the quote unquote I am principle. The first house represents the beginnings of your life. And as far as heavenly bodies and me, this section talks about your first house describes your self-image and how you express your identity. Its ruler describes where and how your identity and self-image are developed. The Aries house, the corresponding natural sign, shows another area of life that your identity is tied to, providing you with greater self-awareness. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so now we can get into the reading. All right. So we're more getting into reading the textbook, and hopefully the reading in the house is not going to be that long, but we'll see how it goes. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in a deck to give me a reading for Aries, aka the first house. All right. Seven of Pentacles, Apprentice, and the Ten of Pentacles. Oh, wow, guys. Okay, so off the top, I mean, we've been seeing Aries working relentlessly, it looked like, and this reading to get something off the ground, and it looked like there were plans to travel, and there were plans to travel, likely to go see family or to go see someone special. Okay, so in this reading, it looks like Aries is getting closer to that goal of traveling, represented right here in the Apprentice. So I'm just touching up because I'm seeing a follow-up of that energy, of that storyline. We could get a different storyline in a moment when I start to clarify or look at this a little closer. But right here, we're looking at those plans getting closer and closer. In fact, it could be like right now, maybe even today, or it could have started yesterday or last evening or something to that effect. But yay. And then it looks like it's going to be a successful trip is what I'm looking at. So there's the planning, and it looks like just checking the list, you know, making sure everything is cool, and then embarking on the journey and having success on that journey. So Yay for that part. Okay, that's beautiful. All right, so we're going to get some clarifiers to see, like I said, if there's another storyline or what else, if anything, can be seen. Okay, thank you, dear Holy Spirit. Please continue. Please clarify these positions. Okay. Mhm. Oh, guys, that is so sweet, right? All right, here we go. So yeah, pretty much in the clarifiers, I'm getting the same reading interpretation. Things are being confirmed. The Seven of Pentacles is clarified with the Eight of Pentacles. So basically, I feel like there's a confirmation there because I was talking about the planning and checking the list and everything to that effect. And this is showing me that yes, the plans have been checked and also have been worked on. So because I was suspecting that we're pretty much, Aries is moving into the phase of getting on that journey there. So they've already done the work. This placement does talk about past energy. So that's a confirmation. And in this next placement here, I suspected that Aries was preparing to travel, and it looked like to meet someone special, and or someone was preparing to meet Aries and it's somebody special. So we have this being clarified with the Empress here. So there is a confirmation there. And then here we actually have the Ten of Pentacles being clarified by its own card itself. So that of course is a confirmation as well. Okay, so that is what we're seeing there for Aries. And I'm so proud of you as always, because I've seen you working very meticulously. And that's what I said right in the beginning when I'm reading this book, and it kept saying Aries rarely finishes anything. And I thought that's really odd for this book that's talking about astrology and it's talking about looking at the whole chart, not just the sun sign too. That it would say that about Aries. I don't really know Aries to start something and not finish it. Of course, I mean, anybody could do that, right? But anyhow, Aries was meticulously starting something and finishing it, making sure that everything was cool. Just, and it is. So good job. That's really awesome. Hi in the chat. Hello, everybody. Yes, thank you so much. Even for the inquiry there, thank you for the inquiry about asking a question. I love the opportunity to do that. I'm going to be quiet for a moment and get us ready to move into the second house. Let's see. Thank you for your patience. Now we'll move into the second house. Yeah, I don't really know Aries to start something and not finish it. I think that would probably have something to do with looking at the whole chart. And also it was an emphasis on the fact that it's a cardinal sign. I think they were more focused on that part of the symbolism. But anyhow, I'm not sure. That's why I like to show you guys the book that I'm reading from, because we're going to read from different books too. And the authors each have their own perceptions. Okay, so the second house. All right. The second house. Which is Taurus's house. And let's read about Taurus, the bull, keeping the home fires simmering. How many Tauruses does it take to screw in a light bulb? One, but she'll do it step by step when she's good and ready. Taurus is consistent, methodical, and dedicated. Just the characteristics that projects of all kinds, from gardens to work to family, need to grow and to reach their full potential. Tauruses turn over every little rock. They like to know the game plan and stick with it, so no surprises, please. No one is more down to earth than the passive, fixed sign, Taurus, the earth sign of Taurus. All of Taurus's feet are planted firmly on the ground, and Taurus's calm and dependability make a Taurus a best friend you can count on. Hand in hand with that dependability, Tauruses can be conservative and cautious, so they usually like to stay with what works. If it's not broken, don't fix it. That's the Taurian motto. Taurus's connection with the earth means they're often materially wealthy, but Taurus's wealth can also be found in the cozy homes they create. Tauruses like to sit calmly in their favorite chair, reading a favorite paper or book, perfectly content to have things stay just the way they are. But this desire for harmony goes beyond the self. Tauruses also seek a harmony with everything on earth. Tauruses love to see things grow, gardens as well as people, situations, and money. You're likely to find Tauruses living in the country, but even if they live in the city, you'll find them surrounded by plants or working in their gardens. Tauruses crave silence too, the silence that comes with inner serenity, and they are often people of few words. Tauruses are the most physical of the signs. Everything they know through the body. This is because they're ruled by Venus, the ruler of senses. The best and worst of Tauruses. At their best, Tauruses create a calm in the midst of storms all around them. They're connected solidly to their bodies and to their homes, and have good jobs, good friends, good marriages, and good children. Tauruses are disciplined, orderly, and reliable. They're the people everyone else turns to. They're who you call at 2 a.m. when you need a friend to talk to or a ride home. And though they may be reluctant to get out of bed, they'll be the ones you know you can rely on. But consistency can become complacency. Tauruses may be resistant to change and can become dogmatic or even preachy. Tauruses can't understand what all the excitement's about, and they may be the first to tell you that all this new age stuff is a lot of bunk. Tauruses can be lazy as well, too comfortable to get out of that chair, or they can get so caught up in their earthly possessions that life itself passes them by. And about the second house, are you what you own, is what this section is called. It says, your second house reveals how you feel about your assets and will show, as well, the best ways for you to make the most of your earnings capacity. This is also where you'll find not only your money and what you own that can be easily moved, not to be confused with the home and real estate, which are part of the fourth house, but what you will own and value, including your income and those things you'll come to treasure. It also reveals how you feel about your possessions. The second house also represents your self-esteem, earning abilities, and personal resources, which are interconnected, making this house of productivity. The natural second house cusp is ruled by Taurus, the sign of self-assuredness and possessions, and the natural planet in charge is Venus, whose associations are beauty, charm, values, and harmony, and the things you own. So let's see, your second house is where you develop your values, resources, and self-esteem. So the sign on your second house cusp describes their characteristics. Your second house ruler describes where and how you develop them. The house with the corresponding natural sign of Taurus shows what area your values, resources, and self-esteem are tied to, and where you use them to achieve the results you want. The planets in the second house give clues to all these things: values, resources, and self esteem. All right, so that's what it says for Taurus. We'll get into our reading now. After reading the introduction for Taurus and the second house, let's take a look here. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Taurus, aka the second house. All right. So let's see. For a while in the second house, it seems I've been seeing for Taurus, there's like a particular investment it looked like, and it was all about timing. It looks like the timing is near, like almost like right now, maybe today or early evening last night. Within at least, actually, I would have to clarify that because time, Pentacles are slow moving, but it just seems right now is a good time to look at that investment if it's one that you're looking for a window of opportunity. Let's see. Is there an indication of time? Yeah, it looks like just to start looking, just to start watching it, and I'm seeing more pentacles there. But hold on. Let me see. Please continue. See there? It looks like it's coming. Check. Yeah, wasn't really given much emphasis about time. Pentacles are slow moving, so I don't have much more details about that. And of course, this is a general reading, so a collective reading. It could be too varied of a spectrum or of a scope to give that information, but it looks like anyhow we've been seeing progressively it saying it wasn't now, it wasn't time, but right now it looks like the time is coming up. And it also looks like there's potential to diversify the stream of income or to multiply a stream of income. At the very least, if this reading does not resonate, this is to give you an idea of how when you pull your own cards, you might read and you might see that type of information available. Alright, so that's one reading here. I'll put a pin in that as complete and go ahead and work on clarifying the rest of the positions to see if there's going to be, when my clarifiers I look to reiterate, I look to be redirected or to expound upon. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify these positions on the table. Okay guys, I feel like that is a confirmation. So here, this is an opportunity. You can see our court in a garden full of pentacles. Everything, you know, is very beautiful here. And we see Taurus nurturing, you know, nurturing their pentacles and producing another one. So that is a confirmation. I felt like there's an opportunity that Taurus has been working on. Cultivating an investment is what it looked like to me in the second house aspect of this reading. I feel like this 13 major arcana, aka the death card, and clarifying this magician energy, these are two major arcanas. I feel like this is confirming that there's a window of time, that there has been a window of time to look out for And so this, for me, confirms that yes, this is a window of time to look out for. The thing about the eighth house too is this is another house to look at in regard to investments and financial things, as is the second house. So that's another confirmation, like a double entendre. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but that's what it felt like. So anyhow, feel like that's being confirmed. The eighth house, not, oh, actually, we'll read more about the eighth house coming up, right, in our introductions and everything. And then I was suspecting that there's also potentially an opportunity to multiply streams of income, maybe even diversify. So this is a clarifier as well. You see how we're looking at multiple options being produced, right, from this single pentacle. So I feel like that's a confirmation. Just wanted to show you how that reading was produced. So if you're pulling your own cards, you would have an idea of what to look for. An example. All right, so that's one reading there. We can put a pin in that as complete. So let's see. And I just need one moment to restack this. I'll be right back. I want to take an opportunity to look for Taurus to see if there's another reading. This is a reading that has come up for a while now. Now that we see we're nearing that window of opportunity for Taurus as described. Let me see if there's anything else, another storyline that might come out, or if it's going to repeat what we've seen. All right, so let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, is there another message for Taurus? Please put resonance in the deck to show me. This oracle card says calling in your soulmate. The only thing that I can see in this one, it seems to be the same type of a storyline. It almost looks like this is also talking about options being presented in the near future. as described when I was talking about multiple streams of income, but it seems like there may be a message talking about narrowing these options down to focus on a select one or few. I feel like that part is confirmed with calling in your soulmate, but I just wanted to double check. And yeah, this is interesting. I feel like the same concept is being repeated here. But aside from like an investment, this here is seen as a love offer. Wanting to take a particular relationship to a higher level of commitment. Potentially this is what's being talked about in a love context or relationship context. And this looks like a connection has the potential to take off and, become a long-term relationship or move to a higher level of commitment as described. And it looks like there's still patience needing to have happen. Like there's some sort of transition, transformation, metamorphosis, with this alchemist and the 13 major arcana, aka the death card, each talking about some cycles and life and death type purge, regeneration energy there, alchemizing, blending elements together that don't normally mix well, like hot and cold, wet and dry. Let me see about oracle for this. Yeah, and it's being described as heart-to-heart conversations. So you know how deep heart-to-heart conversations, and sometimes you come across moments when you agree, sometimes you come across moments when you disagree. You know, sometimes there could be an argument. Sometimes there could be time apart where you agree to disagree type energy. Or some of the conversations could one thing lead to another and you're having a passionate moment. I think that's being described there too. And then also to emphasize, to go back to the investment part of the reading, it looks like there's a window of opportunity to get in and to get out is what it looked like for those who are interested in that type of trading or investment style. If it's something that you're looking to get in and get out, maybe get in and get out again, get in and get out. So it almost appears that it could suggest that there could be some volatility in that window, and that is the window that you want to look out and see when is your moment. See if there's, the timing, something to that effect is being described here. But here in the first placement, we're seeing the same type of energy, where I like to look at energy is described as a noun, for an example. Like this would be a noun talking about moving a connection to a higher level of commitment, but the actual movement of it, it's actually moving. It's turned into a verb, is there in the night. So I feel like that's a clarifier, if that makes sense, guys. Thank you for bearing with me. I just wanted to work on that for a second because it almost seems like Taurus would have possibly another storyline coming here soon. So I wanted to tap into that and see what we can see, if anything. That's what I have for now. Thank you for your patience while I gather the cards together and prepare us to move into our next house, which is going to be Gemini's house, the third house. Okay. All right, everybody, I can't thank you enough for your support on the video and on the channel. It's so nice to see the channel finally growing, and your support is so appreciated here. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat too. Greetings, everyone. Let's prepare to move into the third house now, Gemini's house. I just need a moment to do that. I like to read about the sign first and then the house. And then you'll notice this part, hopefully it will be redundant. This is the second time reading it. I think I would like to read it again. Just to get these concepts ingrained. All right, so Gemini, the twins, quick-witted Quicksilver. How many Geminis does it take to screw in a light bulb? 2. Twins are like two people who share one body, often appearing to go in two directions at the same time. They may even refer to themselves as we. Always thinking and observing. Twins never miss or forget a thing and will leave you in their dust if you can't keep up. Cerebral and witty, twins talk all the time. Pay attention because twins always do what they say. Gemini is a mutable sign which signifies change, a yang sign which signifies motion, and an air sign which signifies the mind. In their quest for knowledge, twins are always in motion, always alert, always trying to live not just two, but as many lives as they can, all at one time. Often called a dualistic sign, twins are really deceptively simple. It's all based on avid curiosity and finding things out and then quickly moving on to something else. Twins have been called the great communicators too, and with Mercury as their ruler, it's easy to see why. But sometimes words can mask meaning, and that's another paradox of twins. Meaning it's not really what they're after, it's the ideas themselves. The best and worst of twins, aka Gemini. Gemini can be amusing, witty, quick, and flexible, and they can be glib, sarcastic, fickle, and devious. Two sides of the same coin, and it's all too easy for a Gemini to flip back and forth between them. Geminis can appear devious or deceptive when they shift gears in mid-conversation and seem to take the opposite side of what they've just said. Often, though, their brains are working so fast that they've carried the dialogue to conclusion before others have the chance to participate. At their best, Geminis are masters of invention, clever and adaptable, never afraid to try something new. But this same eagerness to try everything can lead them to be scatterbrained or restless, even unreliable or ungrateful. At their weakest, Geminis can run themselves to emotional exhaustion or feel that nothing matters. At their strongest, their wide variety of interests bring them many friends and experiences, and their quick minds enable them to take it all in. You can always count on a Gemini to be the life of the party. Gemini's flexibility and adaptability arise because this is a mutable sign, and mutability means changeability. Mutable signs such as Gemini occur as the season is changing and so are associated with transitions. Other mutable signs are Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces. Geminis are also very resourceful because they've seen so much, and that's part of their mutability too. The more you're willing to change after all, the more you're going to see. All right, and here, the third house, the street where you live. The third house is often called the house of communication, but this term can disguise the many areas of your life that actually reside there, because this house contains your capacities for information gathering and information sharing. Its area includes your knowledge, short journeys, your brothers and sisters, and your immediate environment. You could think of your third house as where you'd think. So you could think of your third house as where you think, because it covers logic, memory, and manual skills. It's also about your early education, how and from whom you learned what you know. The natural third house is ruled by Mercury, of course, and its associated sign is Gemini. Communication, remember, is not just about talking, it's also about listening and our perceptions, as well as the many other ways we communicate. And as far as the heavenly bodies, this heading is called Heavenly Bodies in Your Hood. It says because your third house accommodates the nature of your communications, preoccupations, knowledge and educations, and local environment, the sign on the third house describes the traits of these areas. The landlord planet or ruler of your third house sign describes where and how you develop your ideas and communicate them to others, and how knowledge from your local environment is used. The house with Gemini on its cusp shows where you seek new knowledge and information and make mental connections with others. Okay, there we go. All right, so now we're ready to get into the general reading for Gemini, aka the third house. All right. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading. Please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Gemini, aka the third house. I don't know, guys, like this saying comes to mind, but I put a question mark because I'm like, is that what's being stated? Like, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Gemini comes into this reading at the height of Pentacles. So this is one of the best cards in the whole deck of Minor Arcana to have the Ten of Pentacles. So I'm so glad to see Gemini is doing good. And this energy seems sustained with this temperance here, despite any fluctuations of ups and downs, trials and tribulations, whatever curveballs are thrown. It looks like there's a high probability of sustaining the status of where you are. Even climbing the ladder is potentially possible, especially the stepping stones to do so. Okay, and of course, with the fluctuations, there could be a potential to dip below, but I don't see Gemini doing that. Of course, Gemini is forward, upward bound. I just needed to say it though to encourage Gemini to stay focused on the prize. And I feel like, I don't know if it's necessary, like Gemini is very strong-minded, do what they want to do. I just been saying, okay, go Gemini, stay focused, because it seemed in the previous readings for a while there were a lot of distractions around Gemini, and also a lot of impulses or urges that Gemini might want to deviate and take, and even be lured into a different direction that could take them off of their course of what they're focused on. So that's why I was, go Gemini, stay focused, good job, because it looked very much like Gemini was staying focused despite all the curveballs and distractions. And that's why it says, is this saying all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy? Don't know if I use different names, but anyway. Because I'm looking at some stress, so a lot of hard work and a lot of mental energy, not just mental, just a lot of energy to sustain their position and to be consistent and to show up and be successful in the brilliant Gemini, the gems that they are. So that's what I'm seeing here. Let's get additional context. I'll put a pin in that reading as complete and see what else can be seen, if anything. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the cards on the table. Alright. Yes, I feel like that is a confirmation, and the additional information available colors the interpretation to say that looks more like a sigh of relief. The clarifier here makes it more like a very intensified sigh of relief. The exhale, like waiting to exhale type of a moment. Okay. And then just to go through the clarifiers with you guys, the Ten of Pentacles being clarified by the King of Pentacles, I feel like this is a clarifier. This is reiterating what was stated already. Literally looking at the King of Pentacles holding it down for themselves, for their family, friends, whomever's around them, their environment. This is a beautiful confirmation of Gemini holding it down. And then this Temperance being clarified with the Star is a beautiful clarifier as well. A major arcana clarifying another major arcana. And the Star is one of the most beautiful major arcanas in the deck. The Wish Fulfillment card. And knowing that the Temperance is the energy that sustains volatility and that blends elements that don't normally work well together. I feel like it's really clarified by the fact of, just seeing so much, I called it like mental energy, but just energy altogether, and exhaustion, the strength, the capacity, and especially the mental energy, because we're talking about the third house, which is, a mentality, thoughts, communication, logic, intellect, however, and everything. But we know that they've exerted a lot of physical energy, mental energy, spiritual energy, and everything else to maintain all of this and make it look easy while they do it, make it look beautiful while they do it, or nonchalant or not caring. I don't know if it was toxic. Actually, it was toxic. Matter of fact, let's not go there, because I was reading the toxicity, and it was just very intense, right? But they held it in, and we see what they're holding it all in for. Holding it down, holding it in, wish fulfillment. So to see a sigh of relief at the end of the day, a well-deserved sigh of relief is on the way. So I feel like they're moving towards more of a calm, and also success. But let's look over here to see if there's anything around the corner to be aware of. And I feel like using let's use an oracle deck here to look here. Okay, it says let go of control issues. So I feel like that's a confirmation, keeping in mind there's only so many cards in this deck that are pre-written. There's only a certain way that they would express certain things, right? Let go of control issues, but I feel like that's what's happening, right? Because we've already had the context about what type of control they needed to implement to sustain very important business and to execute some powerful measures to get where they're going. And so anyhow, this is confirming that they will be able to let go of the control issues, because they're finally coming to a point of sustainability and moved through the volatility and the distractions as had been described. Okay guys, so I'll go ahead and pick up the cards and prepare us to move into our next house, which is the 4th house for Cancer. Alright, awesome. That's a beautiful reading for Gemini. Very impressed. You guys know I like to use a stacked deck occasionally, especially when I'm starting something new. Or this is kind of like a new series. So that I can see the sequential order of the major and minor arcana. Alright, but let's see. So we're going to move into our fourth house. And in the section that we're reading in the textbook, it's going to have a segment that we read that introduces the next 3 signs. Okay. Okay, guys, so thank you for your patience. Let's see. Section 5 is where we should be headed. Yes. Section 5. Let's see. Cancer. Alright, section 5. Summer signs. Cancer, Leo, and Virgo. Cancer, the crab. Home is where the heart is. Leo, the lion, king of the jungle. Virgo, the virgin, practical perfection. Summer is for vacations, fun, and family. The signs of summer revel in the joy of gatherings, fostering emotional connections among people and between people and community. All things grow and flourish during the summer season. The signs of summer include Cancer, Leo, and Virgo. They share a season, but each contributes unique influences. Emotional Cancer nurtures under the influence of its ruler, the moon. Bright and sunny Leo bright and sunny Leo, personification of the sun, seeks the spotlight, and meticulous Virgo, under the influence of thoughtful Mercury, improves herself by helping others learn about sacred patterns. So that's the introduction. And for Cancer, our fourth house, it says, well, Cancer, the constellation, and aka the fourth house, it says, how many cancers does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1, but his therapist has to talk him into it. The first day of summer starts the sign of Cancer, and the crab joyously leads into graduations, weddings, and reunions, the gatherings of family and friends. The crab loves traditions and will create them when they don't already exist. Are you a rising Cancer? Don't be surprised to find yourself in charge of this year's family barbecues. The cardinal Cancer loves to be the one who nurtures and guides, urging siblings to get along, at least during the event of celebration that brings them together. Cancers lead with the heart, but touchy, touchy, touchy. No one else feels like a Cancer, and no one retreats like a Cancer either. Quick to hurt. They're also quick to crawl into their shells. But remember, Cancer's shells are also their houses. It says Cancers are nurturers too, the mamas and papas of the zodiac. Others look to Cancer for warmth and understanding, and Cancers always lend a sympathetic ear, lap, or shoulder. But these moon-ruled children won't look to get the same from you. They might be the most sensitive sign of the zodiac, but they're also the least likely to let you know what they're feeling. Cancers hide their emotions behind what they believe is an impenetrable shell. For Cancers, it's all about security. In fact, that's the major point of Cancer. Cancers are learning about emotional and physical security as well as responsible nurturing. After the primal instincts of Aries, the building of Taurus, and the thinking and mental development of Geminis, there's the emotional foundation of Cancer, which can take many forms like a house or a shell. The best and worst of Cancer. At their best, Cancers are dependable, loving, adaptable, and self sacrificing, which means that at their worst, they can be clingy, oversensitive, moody, and smothering. Want a money manager? Let a Cancer handle it. Need, need an advance? Better have those numbers ready. Late for dinner? Tell Cancer your sob story. Didn't show up at all? Better move to another town. Cancers are easily distracted. Just about anything can set Cancer's imagination running in another direction. Cancers are always off on tangents. Picture a Cancer on the couch, always scrambling sideways. I'm sorry, guys. Picture a Cancer on the beach, always scrambling sideways rather than moving forward. They do get to where they're going, often without the rest of us realizing they've done it. Don't ever take the clever Cancer for granted, that's for sure. They'll leave you standing in the sand, wondering which way they've gone. Okay, and now to read about the fourth house. Okay, so there's an introduction to the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth houses. Establishing yourself is what this subheading is called. Establishing yourself. So, in this chapter, we'll go over the second quadrant, which governs home, creativity, and daily work. So that's Cancer's house. My bad. The second quadrant, actually, Cancer, Leo, and Virgo. Home, creativity, and daily work. The fourth house is Cancer's house. It's a family affair, is what that subheading is called. The fifth house is Leo's house, and it's called Do What You Want to Do. And the sixth house is subheaded, the title is 9 to 5. So anyhow, guys, I am stumbling over this part, with the bullets to try to read it seamlessly. But it says the second quadrant houses are the areas where you'll connect with your immediate surroundings. Your fourth house is where you'll find your home and family. Your fifth house, your pleasure and creativity. And your sixth house, your work and responsibilities. These are the houses where you'll be establishing yourself. The fourth house, it's a family affair. So that's where we'll stop. We'll read for Cancer and then we'll get into our reading. So here, the fourth house is your home, the place where a house is a home, or a home is a house. But what is a home? In addition to being your domestic life, it's the place where you feel you can be yourself, with all of your unconscious habits or patterns and your emotional underpinnings. Your home is related to your insecurities or need for emotional security. So, when there are a lot of disruptions, renovations, or a major modification there, these needs are undergoing major changes as well. The fourth house ruler is Cancer, so there is a natural association with the moon. The fourth house is both your seclusion and your self-protection, the place where you can retreat to and depend on, and the foundation of your life. Okay, so who's nesting in this house? The sign on your fourth house describes the characteristics of your roots, inner foundations, security, and home, and its ruler shows where and how you seek to develop these things. The house where Cancer, the fourth house's natural sign, appears in your chart describes where you search for security and disclose your emotions externally. All right, so there we have that. All right, so now for the reading for the fourth house, aka Cancer's house. Here we go. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Cancer, aka the fourth house. Okay, Two of Pentacles. Temperance. And then we have a segment of multiple card combinations in the third position. Alright. So it looks like Cancer is getting focused. I feel like these Two of Pentacles coming on the stage most likely represent, I mean, since I'm being introduced, like Cancer's energy is coming on the stage with the Two of Pentacles, I feel like there's multitasking, wearing multiple different hats of responsibilities and duties, and or working on multiple projects. This could also represent maybe fluctuating, like wishy-washy or double-mindedness. So I'll need more of context or clarifier to see why the Two of Pentacles are on the table. The Alchemist being here, though, it does talk about, I feel like, stabilizing and sustaining the juggling that was described just a moment ago. And then as I'm progressing to the reading, and the future placement, the third placement, there's these card combinations here, the Page of Cups, Knight of Cups, and Queen of Cups here. So we're looking at, I feel like after the work embodiment described, even if it's juggling, even if it's wavering, exerting this type of energy to find stability, stability and sustainability as described in The Alchemist. Then we have pleasure, we have love offers, and reunions, it looks like, in a time to relax and to play and even to indulge in guilty pleasures is what it looks like too. But it looks like in the beginning we're looking at Cancer putting a mind over matter, a mind over heart mentality to get focused and to be accomplished. And then we're looking at, like I said, the reunions and relaxation on the horizon for Cancer. That is a straightforward reading. I could put a pin in that, and that is what is being stated there. Alright, so now to clarify these positions, that's what we'll do now. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table. Okay, so I feel like that is a confirmation that supports what I read just a moment ago. Let's see. So the Two of Pentacles being clarified with the Ace of Swords, I feel like it's all encompassing because Pentacles, it reminds me that when I see the Ace of Swords representing a mentality, and I did say putting a head over heart mentality, yeah, mind over matter. So yeah, seeing the Ace of Swords, and then it points me to the fact that these are pentacles being juggled, right? So emphasizing, I do believe that there is a lot that is being juggled, like on all fronts. Multiple hats, multiple duties, responsibilities, and just staying focused on everything that's most important. So everything, all of the above, just staying focused. And then with the Temperance being here, I feel like that's a confirmation of, tempering and blending and making sure everything is sustained. The elements that don't normally mix well, yeah, are mixed or alchemized with this Temperance here. The Two of Fire, clarifying the Temperance, it lets me know that it confirms Cancer is tempering, balancing, maintaining, and sustaining a wide variety of things. With that Two of Fire here, I feel like it does confirm the Cancer is focused, putting a mind over heart mentality, mind over matter, and looking at their picture at the biggest perspective possible. So so they're looking at alchemizing on a big scale. Everything that they can picture, everything that they have in range on the radar, and then prioritizing and putting into focus, planning initiating a plan and making this all realized. And then when I was looking at after they're accomplished, after they've sustained what's most important as described previously, then it will be a time to rest and a time to indulge in their pleasures. And that I feel like is clarified with this apprentice. You can see the freedom, the liberation, and the release. Like, whoo, good job. That's what I'm picking up for the fourth house and for Cancer. And I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to restack this to move us into our next reading. All right. So next we'll move into the fifth house, which is Leo's house. The fifth house, do what you want to do. Traditionally, the fifth house. Oh, hold on, guys. Sorry about that. I want to read about Leo first. Leo, the lion, king of the jungle. How many Leos does it take to screw in a light bulb? One, and a hallelujah chorus while she does it. Fixed Leo is a fire sign filled with pride for family, friends, and accomplishments. Summer is the season to shine, and Leos bask in the glory of the sun. Happy birthday, season Leo, by the way. Leo's ruler talks about self confidence. Lions invented it. Leos love the spotlight. They're dramatic, they're bold, they're creative, and they're strong. No other sign can grab and hold center stage the way a Leo can. Who's telling the jokes, leading the songs, rallying everyone for a game of softball? Leo, of course. Leos are great fun to be around too. Their exuberance is contagious, and when they get to the party, everyone knows it's really time to party. Not only can Leos lead, they will lead. Leos expect to be at the head of the line and of the pride. Lions are at one with the creative principle. When Leo is your ascendant, your purpose is to learn how your willpower affects what you create in your life. Self-expression and creativity are everything to Leos. Eventually, they learn to follow more than just their own will, aligning themselves with the higher self and the creative principles of the universe. A lion give up? Never. The best and worst of Leos. Because Leo is a fixed sign, Leos can be determined, stubborn, or even habit bound. But confident Leos are born to lead, and they're proud, courageous, and self assured to a fault. Leos can be generous, commanding, ambitious, and proud, and this means that they can also be intolerant, demanding, self righteous, and vain. Leos can lead others to tremendous victories, but they can be ruthless with their enemies because their memories are short. However, they are quick to forgive. Because Leos are always leading, they are often surrounded by yes men and sycophants. This in turn, and sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Sycophants. This in turn can lead to gullibility because Leos are easily flattered and can forget that not all might love them. And as much fun as they can be, they also can become overbearing or self centered if things aren't going their way. Leos are exceptionally loyal and expect loyalty in return as well. They are very upfront about their needs and expectations, and this lack of guile can also be their undoing. Leos might do well to trust a little less, but they expect adoration, and others can't help but give it to them. It takes creativity to generate excitement, but Leos are among the most creative signs of the zodiac. The sun, after all, provides illumination, and it is through that light that Leos truly shine. Okay, awesome. Now we can read about the house, the fifth house. Recently excited to learn that that is a house you can look at for investment insights. The fifth house, do what you want to do. Traditionally, the fifth house is the house of creativity, so it's only natural that this house would also encompass children, risk taking, and romance, all creative and risky endeavors. It's also the house of investments, another risky area. The natural house ruler here, of course, is Leo, and the associated planet is the Sun. People who wonder whether they'll ever find the right creative outlet would do well to study their fifth house. It's possible the answer is right through the door, number 5. Your fifth house sign describes the nature of your creativity and self expression, and its ruler indicates how and where you develop your abilities to express yourself. The house for Leo, its corresponding natural sign lies, shows where your creativity and purpose are realized and what area of your life will provide your creative potential. All right. So, thank you for your patience. Now we can get into the reading for Leo, aka the fifth house. Here we go. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Leo, aka the fifth house. Alright, so it seems whatever you're focused on, Leo, is ascending to a higher level. Like promotions, for example. Your investments look like they're upward bound. For example, what else could you? A relationship, moving forward, and moving to a higher level of commitment, for an example. So whatever it is that you're focused on, looks like you're upward bound with that. And then we're coming to Eureka moment with this magician, which indicates things are coming into alignment, the right time for like a big bang, a spark. What is that word of manifestation and abundance? So that's the trajectory of the way I see energy moving off the page. I could put a pin in that one as a complete reading. The clarifiers could add a different storyline, additional context, etc. So let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table. Hello and greetings, Capricorn. Thank you for interacting in the chat. Hi, everybody. Appreciate your support on the channel and on this video. Okay, so now we have our clarifiers on the table. So this Knight of Pentacles, I feel that it's being clarified with the Four of Swords to indicate the autopilot nature of it, that this is self-sustained, it's moving accordingly, this has been moving, it's been in motion, and I'm detecting a ascending, that it's rising, you know. The momentum is forward bound, it's upward bound, is what it looks like here. So I feel like, you know, the Four of Swords indicates that I want to say it's untouchable, but it's, yeah, like as if it's in an investment, like, you know, a secured investment, for an example, or this is something, you know how we talk about passive income, for an example. It doesn't, it's moving now, on its own accord. You don't even have to mess with it type energy. So I think that's what's being stated when clarified with the Four of Swords, which would add additional information. It expounded the interpretation that I had. Now, it's interesting that this is being clarified um, with this world is being clarified with the Nine of Fire. So I'm going to spend a little time to talk about that. But, you know, it's like, let me see here. Okay, so when I'm looking at it, I'll put it like this. This is what it looks like to me. So you see, if you have your horse running with the momentum, and they're going to jump up. You see, that's what it looks like to me. And even off the page, they jump up because that's the magician. So even before seeing that clarifier, that's what it looks like to me. It's going up. There's a high probability that it's going up. But let's work on that a little bit more. All right. So we already described how this feels. It's untouchable, like it's, yeah, we've described that. Now here, this card is what I do refer to as ascending in your karmic cipher after going through many ups and downs, trials and tribulations. Lessons learned have been mastered, and so you're going into a new chapter, taking those lessons and experiences with you and ascending in your karmic chapter. So you're going up with that. Now this Nine of Fire, I typically describe this as boundaries, you know, walls going up. So there, in of itself, in that definition, I'm seeing that horse, even before this became a clarifier, jumping the fence, you know, like going up. This is a wall, this is a boundary, this is a fence. It's jumping, it's leaping up, it's going over it. But also I feel like it's going over it in context, to make like the equation make sense. This being boundaries, walls going up. But there's also, like with boundaries, there's expectations. It's a filter. It's like an open sesame type thing. This guard standing here is mindful, guarding, restrictive about the energy allowed to move through and the energy allowed to move out, you know, and standing, this figure standing their ground, standing on their principle and ready to defend. So with that being stated and with this being clarified, this is clarifying this world card and everything I've said about it. It lets me know that Leo has gone through that already. They already understand. They have permission to cross the wall, and then the rider is on a horse, so the horse is just going to leap over that and go upward. But these are clarifiers, and I didn't know how the clarifier was going to come out, but I feel that what I was saying is being reiterated, and then the magician is being clarified by itself. The magician, meaning it's there to signify what I said. So I have a confirmation there. That's what I'm seeing here. Awesome. So whatever you're focused on, Leo, it's going up. It's ascending higher. Well done. See you moving into a new chapter. Things are coming into alignment. I'm looking forward to update this reading again very soon. Next we'll go into the 6th house, which is Virgo's house. Okay, here we go. All right. The 6th house, Virgo's house. Virgo, the Virgin, practical perfection. How many Virgos does it take to screw in a light bulb? At least 4. 1 to take out the light bulb, 1 to check the wiring, 1 to put in the new light bulb, and 1 to clean up the mess. Purity, perfection, and practicality, these are the Virgin values. But what does this translate to? Virgins, more than any other sign, are identified with analyzing, with examining everything in great detail, so as to improve not just themselves but the world. And improving the world means serving more than oneself. It means serving the greater good. Virgins are very responsible people. Virgins, or I'm going to start saying Virgo. Virgo are about order and connection. They see things very clearly, and they see each part of a whole in a way that few other signs can. A Virgo sees perfection where others see or leave mess, and does whatever necessary to bring that perfection out so everyone can see it in the same way. Virgos are about finding the patterns, especially sacred patterns. In Native American tribes, the Virgo is represented by the spider, which weaves the sacred patterns in its web. In ancient cultures, Virgos were the sacred priests and priestesses who often were responsible for reading the natural cycles and patterns correctly, so there would be enough food to feed everyone. Virgo brings in the harvest, the sign of spring, planted and cultivated. By the end of summer, it's time to reap the fruits of their labor, and Virgos are at the ready, waiting until precisely the moment of ripeness. Waste not, want not, when Virgo is in charge. Organized and duty-bound, Virgos are always looking for what could go wrong so they can head it off, or at least correct its course. This grounded earth sign almost always appears calm, cool, and collected. Virgos keep their restlessness, or they keep their restless energy contained and under control until they resolve any negative issues behind the scenes. Virgo is happiest when everything is perfect. The best and worst of Virgos: calm on the outside, Virgos will fool you like no other sign. On the inside, they're all restless energy, constantly seeking, constantly improving, and constantly fixing whatever needs to be fixed. Here is one of the zodiac's liveliest minds, a consummate a consummate problem solver, a model of methodical efficiency, bent on beauty and perfection. Because Virgo is an earth sign, Virgos are very practical, and because their quality is mutable, they're resourceful as well. The same mutability can translate into flexibility, so Virgos can be chameleon like too. They might agree with you when they sense that you're not going to change your mind. Practical and flexible, but privately, they won't change their minds either, unless it suits their purpose. Virgos can think too much. They can find fault wherever they look, even when there's no fault, even where there's none to be found. They can be inflexible and they can worry too much along with all that thinking. Because Virgos measure their self esteem by weighing what they accomplish in a given day, they can increase their self esteem by giving up this narrow view of what they're good for. Then they'll see themselves as whole people with love, feelings, and other important things to offer others. No one is more organized than a Virgo. While the rest of the world is collapsing around them, Virgos are calmly making lists of what's left. No one is more committed either, or more willing to make sure it goes smoothly for everybody. If there's someone in the kitchen cleaning up after dinner while everyone else has gone on to another party, it's most likely a Virgo who's possibly perfectly happy to be there. Virgos like to work, and they do it very well. All right, so that summarizes Virgo. And let's read about the sixth house, which is Virgo's house. Okay. The sixth house, 9 to 5. It says 9 to 5. Often called the house of service. The sixth house is concerned with both service and health. This is the area of your daily responsibilities, and it's the house of your co-workers too. You could think of your sixth house as the work you've got to do. The sixth house is naturally ruled by Virgo, and its corresponding planet is Mercury. This translates into gaining fulfillment through skills that are of value to others. When we develop our own special competence at doing something meaningful to us that also helps others, we find satisfaction in our jobs and careers. When we don't, we tend to end up working at meaningless jobs. But your sixth house is also about your responsibilities, how you help and are of service to the world. The planets that reside in your sixth house can indicate whether you're an optimist or a pessimist in your daily work and the health problems you might be prone to. When people aren't fulfilled by their work, after all, they have a strong tendency to feel out of sorts or to get sick. The next subheading here is titled Heavenly Bodies at Work. It says your sixth house is where you'll find your desire to be competent. You can be good at many things, but it's in your sixth house that you'll find meaningful responsibility. How the things that you're good at matter to other people, and especially to you. Your sixth house sign describes your daily responsibilities and how you prefer to be of service to others. The ruler of your sixth house shows where and how you will meet your regular obligations. The house with Virgo on its cusp, the sixth house's natural sign, describes where you apply discrimination and analysis to your duties to get the results you desire. All right, so there we have that introduction into the sixth house, Virgo's house. And so now we can get into the general reading. Let's see. Okay. All right, dear. Oh, let me set this. Yeah, we're in the right house. Okay. The sixth house, Virgo's house, right? Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Virgo, aka the sixth house. like to put a different image on there because I don't really care to be looking at that for too long, for too much. So let me see. All right, guys. Now. Ooh, Virgo. Whatever you're focused on, Virgo, it looks like there's some temptation on the horizon, some toxicity, some potential boundary crossing, something to do with rules, regulations, expectations. That's Saturn energy, that's Capricorn energy. Capricorn governs the 10th house, which is the house of work and career. The rules, the regulations, the expectations, the boundaries, and all of those things, right? The order, rules, regulations, expectations. When rules are made, they're made to be broken. When boundaries are set, then crossing, the boundary crossings can be easily detected. And there is where we get the toxicity. There's where we get the desire, the lusts, and the addictive properties, the obsessions, overindulgences. So this is embedded symbolically in this 15th major arcana, aka the Devil card. Now, after this temptation as described is experienced, we come to the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups does embody a sense of success to me. I always do notice though when I start out with Pentacles and then I end up with Cups, I'm like, what happened to my Pentacles? So let's get clarifiers. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the card, the reading on the table. Okay, so one thing here that's clear to me. Okay, it looks like whatever you're focused on and what you're moving through is going to be a catalyst to multiply your concepts. Because it looks like you're moving in a capacity to invest in something, to put your focus, your energy on something. And it looks like whatever you're focused on, that something it seems like it multiplies, like the concepts, the creativity aspect of it. So there's a sense of abundance, but it's in the capacity of creativity, passion, emotion, spirituality, you know, everything actually that cups, that the water element symbolizes. So I would want to look more into that. But so it looks like what you're going through catalyzes you being able to think outside of the box, being more innovative, cutting edge, dynamic, trendsetter, you know, bringing out something new, something fresh and new, something maybe no one's seen before type energy, pulling a rabbit out of your hat type energy, but in a way that can become like a lifestyle, or like I said, a trend, something with sustainability and can help a lot of other people, definitely. So So it looks like for an example, some technology or whatever it is that you're working on that will that yeah help a lot of people also. Not only help yourself, but help a lot of people along the way. Nobody's ever, no one's ever seen it before type energy. Although keeping in mind nothing is new under the sun, so you might be pulling something out of your hat, dusting it off, and it's like here, and everybody is like, oh yeah, wow, and right on, because that's what we need. It's about time somebody pulled that up out of their hat type energy. And see, there is definite gratitude. And I feel like there's a touch of sixth house in there for sure, the house that governs health and service to others. So it looks like this, and it's interesting because this is the Knight of Pentacles. So I'm always like, what happened to my pentacles when my pentacles are reduced to a cup? And I don't mean I don't mean to make it sound like that, but I think all of us understand that, right? We're all going for the pentacles, aren't we? At the end of the day. At the end of the day, if it don't make pentacles, it don't make sense. But context is everything. So what happened to my pentacles? Anyhow, this is actually Virgo's card in a minor arcana context. This is the archetype for Virgo energy. And literally I'm looking at like these pentacles. This pentacle. It feels like that's actually your energy, like that's your valuable collective energy. Like in a way, a lot of Virgos might say it might be in their relationships to their loved ones, like a Virgo in your life, they might not have a lot of they might not contribute a lot of money, for an example. They will show you. They will show you. They'll work for you. It's their money is their service, so to speak, right? It's the things that they'll do for you. Type energy. So that's what that feels like. It's like your energy, the time that you put into it, something that you've cultivated, something that you've created, and it's going through this dynamic, this energy, the 15 major arcana and the hangman, to become a revolutionary technology or application for yourself to benefit and others to be benefited by it as well. That's what it looks like. So while that's being stated too, it's like be mindful of the rules and the regulations and not to overindulge into the toxicities or the lusts or to fall off your square in the process or to be lured off track and distracted type energy. That's always the highlighted area of concern when you get the 15th major arcana, especially in context. But it's interesting that it's being clarified by the hangman, because the hangman is that dream state, that euphoric state that enables you to think dynamically outside of the box and have solutions and have answers, have epiphanies. That's why it looks like there's a high likelihood that no one's ever seen that before, or at least haven't seen it in a long time. That's why it has the high likelihood to be revolutionary and dynamic, cutting edge, and just what the people need, not only yourself but others as well. So that's what I'm seeing there. All right, thank you for your patience, and that's what I have. So I'm going to take a moment of silence to restack the deck, and I'll be back. We'll move to our next house in just a moment. Okay, so our next house that we're moving to is Libra, the seventh house. All right, and so thank you guys so much for your support on the video and on the channel. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. Okay, so Libra. So while we're moving into Libra's house, we're in our textbook we're going to read 7th, 8th, and ninth house. This introduction for chapter 15. So in this chapter, it says the third quadrant houses connecting to your outer world. And so the seventh house, the subheading for that is forever yours. The eighth house, subheading for this is sex, money, and other equally important matters. And the ninth house, the subheading for the ninth house is don't know much about history. It's titled Don't Know Much About History. And now remember, when we did our second house reading today, there was the 13 major arcana, and it seemed to be more so of a money reading, investment reading. And I remember saying and thinking, let's pay attention to what is described in the eighth house. So we're moving to the seventh house and then we'll move to the eighth house, but I don't want to forget to mention that. Okay, but here we go. It says in the third quadrant houses, you move from your personal world into the larger one. The seventh house is concerned with your relationships and connections with others. The eighth house deals with your ways of coping with everything from money to death. And the ninth house is the area of your social and moral belief systems. These houses, in other words, are the areas where your tools for navigating your world come into play. And that's the introduction. Okay, so for the seventh house, here we go. I'm going to put these cards back up. So for those of you who may be new to the channel, if you ever pop in and wonder where is she working, these cards here should indicate that. So the seventh house is Libra's house, and that's where we're headed to, and that's what we're going to read about now. I try to keep that in visual range. So let's see, the seventh house, forever yours. The seventh house is traditionally the house. The seventh house is traditionally the house of partnership and marriage. The natural ruler of the seventh house is Libra, and its associated planet is Venus. When you look at your personal birth chart, the sign that appears on the cusp of your seventh house is your descendant, which reveals that it reveals what you seek in partnerships and relationships. Your seventh house is the place where you learn to put your own interest aside for the sake of your primary relationships. It can indicate what kind of mate in marriage you'll have, but it also indicates other kinds of partnerships too. Important friends and associates, your business partnerships, and your legal affairs and agreements. Successful navigation of your seventh house means that you understand shared goals and commitment. I usually like to read actually about the sign first before getting into the houses. Let me just pause there for a second and let's go over to read about, did we already do that, guys? I'm sorry. My mind is really stuck on the last reading I just did for Virgo. It's like, what? Hold on. Did we do this? Scorpio, Libra, air signs. I didn't. I skipped it. Sorry. Let's do this. Libra. It's okay. We'll spend a little more time in Libra. The scales of fine balance. Libra. How many Libras does it take to screw in a light bulb? maybe one to do it and one not to do it. Harmony, balance. No one wants to even things out like a Libra. Libra begins at the autumn equinox. The autumn equinox, a time when the length of day equals the length of night. Scales strive for such balance in all they do. Libras know that although there's a time and place for doing things on your own, you can't do everything alone. Scales realize the need to cooperate with others to maintain equilibrium and stability, and connect heart and mind to achieve unity and peace. Libras are charming, and their charm is primarily due to the rulership of Venus. Scales see everything from both sides and have a great appreciation for art and beauty. As a Yang cardinal sign, they generate a great deal of activity as well, especially in starting things from diplomatic talks to friendships. But Libra is an air sign as well, and like all air signs, has an active mind. In Scales' case, this takes the form of looking at one side and then the other, weighing everything over and over again. Like other cardinal signs, Libra seems constantly in motion, moving around and enjoying life. The best and worst of Libra. The Scales are social creatures, ready to share their experience with others and quick to form partnerships. Friendly, popular, and attractive, they often are idealistic as well, eager to talk about their high principles and lofty ideas with any who will listen. But Scales, Libras, can seem affected or insecure, too eager to compromise, or worse, indecisive. Libras are often too busy weighing each side of an issue that they can never come to a conclusion or decision. Also, in their need to please others, they might forget to please themselves. Scales need to be aware of their own needs and meet them too, not just those of other people. At their best, Libras understand that their strength lies in creating and maintaining relationships. Libras seek to find their perfect complement, their other half, to complete the balance. They also want to find balance in other things, not just relationships. Libra is the sign of justice, and so is represented by a blindfolded Venus who holds the scales of Libra in one hand. They hold the scales of Libra in one hand and the sword of Mars in its opposite in the other. The goal for Libra is the attainment of inner harmony and the reconciliation of opposites. Not an easy task, but if anyone can do it, Libra can. If anyone can do it, Libra can. Okay, now back to read about the seventh house, aka Libra's house. So again, the seventh house is traditionally the house of partnerships and marriage. The natural ruler of the seventh house is Libra, and its associated planet is Venus. When you look at your personal birth chart, the sign that appears on the cusp of your seventh house is your descendant, which reveals what you seek in partnerships and relationships. Your seventh house is the place where you learn to put your own interests aside for the sake of your primary relationships. It can indicate what kind of mate and marriage you'll have, but it also indicates other kinds of partnerships too. Important friends and associates, your business partnerships, and your legal affairs and agreements. Successful navigation of your seventh house means that you understand shared goals and commitment. This is the house of your primary relationships, after all, and that can include everything from your soulmate to the way relationships change. Most of all, your seventh house is the place where you cooperate and share with others. Your seventh house sign describes your relationships and partnerships and how you connect with others. This is the house of sharing. It tells you how to cooperate with a significant partner through agreements or contracts and all kinds of unions, from romantic, including marriage, to business. This is the house of commitment, cooperation, and connection. And don't forget, If there are no planets in a house, the ruler and its association with other planets shows what's happening in that area of your life. Libra, the seventh house's landlord, is all about relating to others and shared values. Okay, thank you for your patience on that. All right, and there we go. So now we're ready to get into the reading for Libra. The seventh house. Okay. All right. Let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Libra. Please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Libra. Oh, getting this card a lot. Oh, this one too. Okay, wow, all right. And what else? Oh, man. Interesting. Okay, so this is almost identical to Virgo's reading the sixth house. The difference, though, is this Nine of Swords. So, you know, I had that eureka moment, though, because I was like, oh, okay, because this is the seventh house. This deals with relationships and all the things that we just read about the seventh house. So it's going to read a little different than the sixth house, the house of service, which, you know, is something that helps everybody. But when you put it into a relationship, then there's more stress, generally speaking, for, you know, the umbrella that covers, that encompasses the relationships, contractual agreements. Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? And this here, this embodiment in the 15 major arcana, it, you know, was mentioning even in the seventh house, relationships, including the contracts and the agreements in the relationships. So, you know, with this embodiment here describing rules, regulations, expectations, and boundaries, which establishes then the crossing of boundaries, you know, the offenses that are made, and the toxic nature that is produced with those established expectations as described. So we're looking at the same type of energy moving through this element of tests, trials, tribulations, lure, the temptations, possible addictions, seeing, let's say, the dark side of one's psyche potentially is what, you know, is encompassed here. And then this Nine of Swords, you know, it just looks very stressful. So I want to actually clarify the Nine of Swords before I myself would add any additional context other than the fact that it looks stressful. You know, so a connection was in the process of ascending to a higher level of commitment, but then it looks like we're hitting a snag in the road here. So we'll get some clarifiers to get additional information at this point. That was a rough sketch. I'll still put a pin on it as a complete interpretation. Just like hold that thought and let's see what happens next. Hello in the chat. Thank you. Hi. Greetings. Thank you for stopping by and saying hello. Thank you guys for your support on the channel and on the video. It's so good to see the channel finally growing. Oh, I see here. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table and the cards. So I was really curious about this Nine of Swords, you know, that stress. And it's being clarified by the Seven of Cups, emotional disorientation, confusion type energy, overwhelm. The 13 major arcana here to clarify the 15 major arcana, aka the devil card, and this is the death. I mean, to have the death clarify the devil. We've already talked about the overindulgence and the toxicity, the abuse of power, purging that energy. If nothing else, distilling it, you know, so that we can see what's really going on. I've been looking curiously at the Knight of Pentacles and wondering what happened to my Pentacles to see it go through this transmutation, and then coming out on the other side looking at other elements other than a Pentacle. Like, what's up with that? While lately in my readings too, I've been seeing that this is an investigation embodiment. When I see the like page and or the Knight of Pentacles, or you know, there's like an investigation taking place, and this is like evidence, or in this case standards, regulations, and an inspection of sort there. So with that in context too, we're looking at swords and we're looking at cups. So this is material to be inspected. Or the findings, you know. But let me see here. So in a relationship dynamic, yeah, keeping in mind that the relationships are comprised of all different types, not just marriages. But we just read the introduction for the 7th house that listed different types of relationships, including business relationships and partnerships too. So pointing to this 10th house energy, that's one of the relationships on the table. Let's see. 13 major arcana, 8th house. Oh yeah, we're going to get to the 8th house and read more about it. This card is making appearances throughout the houses in particular placements. So that is the house that we'll be visiting next. As far as a relationship reading, however, because we do love to go to the 7th house to look at messages pertaining to marriage and relationships. It looks like there was a relationship that was, I say was, not to say that it still isn't, but it looks like it hit a snag in the road, was headed to a higher level of commitment. You know, this is a series. There's intentions for marriage. There's intentions for longevity in this relationship, but something, I don't even want to say was discovered, because it almost feels intentional, and that there's a intentionality here and sorting through the relationships to see if you're truly on the same page, if your mindset resonates together, what is the possibility for abundance in a real way, to build with each other in a real way. So it feels like basically talking about the message in the 7th house right now for relationships and marriages. There's like a vetting process, an intentional vetting process taking place. So feels like the connections that have the viability for long-term and stability, that the one that your person of interest, your lover, has their eyes set on their their mate, someone that they're considering, taking serious and building with, but going through a vetting process is what's being described there. And of course, in that context, these card combinations can become very sexual, very adult content, X-rated like, you know. There's also the potential for uh, conception and, so the vetting process, especially looking at this in the 7th house with marriage, how do you feel about having children, for an example? Are we on the same page as far as that's concerned? And the value systems that pertain to it. Speaking of value systems, and we've already looked at a very similar reading in the 6th house, which is a pentacle, earth element. The 2nd house, money, finances, and the 10th house is here, but you can see it here too, pronounced with careers. So just looking at the relationship in all of its context. Okay, and it looks like too, I'm missing, I have everything on the table except for where is the fire. It seems like the fire is in these major arcanas in a very dynamic way, especially, and so with that being stated, the fire is pronounced in these major arcanas, talking about the passion, the chemistry, the attraction, and also the adult content here. So these pentacles are moving through this energy, this dynamic, transformative energy as described. And then it's processed out and we see swords and we see cups. Granted, these swords do represent stress. Don't look very comfortable, right? What does it look like? Embarrassment? Huh? And these cups here, there's at least a 50-50 chance of being overwhelmed and emotionally disturbed. But the other side of that is inspired, invigorated. Like, oh, wow. You see? Like, whoa. And then this colors the embarrassment to be like, whoa. Okay, excuse my language. What did my body just do? Like, what did you just, wow, what did you just do to my whole world? And it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. Like, oh my goodness, whoa. On both sides, I'm just adding that, because it is applicable and it depends on what resonates. It's a possibility. But otherwise, is it embarrassment and shock? But still, with these two clarifiers, its beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And it depends on the perspective. It depends on your match. Is this a match or is it not a match? And I feel like that's the question, I'm laughing because I know somebody who likes it. I know somebody who likes it. Like, for whomever it's not a match, I know somebody who likes it though. No, I just heard that though, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that for us. It's just... dot. Anyways, guys. Yeah, but that's the energy that I see on the table for our 7th house. And I just need a moment of silence to restack the deck. And then we're getting to the 8th house. It's like, dun dun dun. We've been waiting to see what's going on in the 8th house. Scorpio's house, by the way. How many houses are there? Relationship are in the 10th house. There's 12 houses. The 10th house is Capricorn's house. There are relationships in the 10th house. But it's the house that governs work and career standards. It's more of a I mean, there's relationships in all the houses as well. That's a good point too. I'm going to just be silent for a second to focus on stacking this deck here. Stacking the deck is mindfulness for me. Reading the tarot. You know how they say it's good to, when you're reading, to have a certain mindset. For example, if you are overwhelmed or overstimulated, sometimes it's not the best time to read tarot, is what they say, and I agree from my experience. But the process of stacking the deck has a lot of benefits for me, which is why that's why I do it. Depending, sometimes I just feel very inspired and led to read with a stacked deck. I think I'm explaining that a lot because someone came in the chat one time projecting whatever their thoughts were onto me about their perception of the way that I read and get my cards. My method changes depending on, you know, what I'm going through and what I'm inspired to do, and sometimes what I'm directed to do. Of course, initiated by the Holy Spirit. On this channel, I do explain my process a lot. You might find me in different phases in life, or my disclaimer that I'll mention often is I'm not a preacher or a teacher. I'm a student of life, sharing my spiritual journey on the channel. Thank you so much for your support and providing a space to do that. Sometimes, like now, I'm in the phase of reading a lot, you know. So that person that came really rudely projecting their opinions onto me, not knowing me like that. But it's like, okay, I will definitely enjoy taking the time to explain my process. Most people who have been here for a while are already aware of that, and I already also noticed when I change my method of shuffling or reading or getting my cards, etc. Anyhow, that was interlude to fill in the dead air. Thank you for your patience. We are ready to get into our 8th house, starting with the introduction here. Reading about Scorpio, aka the 8th house. Yeah, so there are 12 houses. And let's take a look here. There's a question in the chat saying, how many houses are there? There's 12. Okay, let's see what else. Scorpio. The Scorpion. Intense power. How many Scorpios does it take to screw in a light bulb? None. They like the dark. Scorpios are intense. They're dealing, after all, with life and death, and by extension, with birth and sex. Scorpions are all about mystery and about how that poison stinger can so quickly change life into death. And Scorpios can be both penetrating and incisive. Scorpio is one of the signs that has 2 rulers, Pluto and Mars. That's why this sign can be quite a warrior. Let me try to keep these in visual range so you guys can see if you ever pop in where I'm working. Alright, so that's why this sign can be quite a warrior and very powerful. Combined with their fixed nature, these people never give up. Like all water signs, Scorpios are more concerned with feelings than appearances, and as fixed signs, they're often resistant to change. Scorpio's ability to see through others' facades can serve them well, and they can wait forever for the right moment to get even or make their move. But give up? Never. Scorpios persevere until they attain an outcome that is their truth. Scorpios are consistently probing beneath the obvious face of things, seeking what lies beneath. One of their rulers is Pluto, the invisible planet that rules beginnings and endings, of both of which, like Pluto itself, occur out of natural sight. Scorpios tend to keep ideas and thoughts close to the vest, taking time to observe and to formulate a powerful plan of action when it is needed. Scorpion's intensity and probing might make them sound humorless and frightening, but these same characteristics often create both passion and excitement as well. You might feel as if a scorpion is looking right through you, but the feeling might be an invigorating one. It kind of reminds me of the previous reading in Libra when we're looking at the Nine of Swords and what was it, the Seven of Cups? You might feel like your person is looking right through you, but it might be an invigorating experience. Back to the reading here, it says the best and worst of scorpions. Scorpios use what many astrologers called scorpionic power to achieve their ends, but maybe we should just look at that power itself because Scorpio is the zodiac's most powerful sign. Scorpio appears in the zodiac at times when Earth seems to be retreating. Leaves fall from the trees. Hibernating animals seek heaven in their caves, or seek a haven in their caves. Even humans go inside their houses and sit by their fires. But this retreat is in reality a regeneration, a rebirth, and this is the true source of Scorpio's power. In Scorpio's case, still waters really do run deep. Okay, it says in pop astrology, you'll often find this power called sex. And yes, Scorpios do have a strongly developed sexuality. Sometimes, though, they might disguise this even from themselves, in which case they may constantly be seeking something they can't quite name. The quest may take them or push others to the edge. Sometimes Scorpios sublimate this energy into other projects, and they might be very aware of doing it. At their worst, they may choose to use their magnetism to coerce others into fanatical ways, like Scorpio, Charles Manson. Scorpio is also associated with death, but in its astrological sense, death refers to transformation and rebirth rather than oblivion. The death card of the tarot represents the potential for transformation. That is the essence of scorpionic power as well. At their best, Scorpios are magnetic leaders like Billy Graham, shrewd, faith-inspiring, compassionate, and brave. At their worst, they're manipulative, vengeful, or even cruel, like the nuclear energy that shares Pluto's rule. They can use their power for good or evil, and Scorpios will do well to use their tremendous energy and power in positive ways such as healing and learning control. Oh, great. Okay. I was hoping I was reading for Scorpio and not Scorpio's house. Okay, great. So we just read about Scorpio, and we'll read this repeatedly on the channel to get it ingrained about the signs and their respective houses too. All right, looking forward to read about the 8th house. It says sex, money, and other equally important matters. The 8th house is the second house of 3 so-called mystical houses, or houses of endings. The others are the fourth house, which is Cancer's house, and the 12th house, which is Pisces house. This house, okay, the eighth house, which is Scorpio's house, this house is about shared resources, and that includes everything from taxes, insurance, and business mergers to inheritances and marrying for money. Okay, so keep in mind that part because that's what I was referring to when we were in the second house and it looked like it was dealing with investments and money, and the eighth house came into the picture. So again, it says this house is about shared resources, and that includes everything from taxes, insurance, and business mergers to inheritances and marrying for money. Okay, period. Continuing, the eighth house is also known as the house of death and regeneration because it is related to transformation and physical death and deals with transforming physical things back into energy. Pause. Okay, so remember in our readings, especially when we got to the sixth house, aka Virgo's house, and we seen it in the seventh house too, especially, but other houses as well. When we were seeing, like in the first position, which represent energies from the recent past, and it came into the reading in the form of pentacles, and then it looked like it was going through, the second placement, which is more present energy, by the way, and then it transmuted by the end of the reading, and I was like in the third placement, what happened to the pentacles? I just wanted to insert that little piece. Going back to reading here, though, it reminded me of this blurb here. The eighth house is also known as the house of death and regeneration because it is related to transformation and physical death and deals with transforming physical things back into energy. That's what it looked like. Transforming physical things, aka was the pentacles, and it says into energy. Period. Continuing to read here, though, about the eighth house, it says regeneration is about more than death, too. It's about individual transformation, whether emotional, physical, mental, or spiritual. For this reason, the eighth house includes the life forces which are concerned with sex, birth, and the afterlife, as well as death. Here is where you'll find your instinctive desire to reproduce, as well as how you cope with and understand the mysteries of life. It's also where marriage is consummated and all forms of intimacy are found. Your eighth house also seems to unveil a bit of the mystery surrounding your death, although when it will occur can never be found in your chart, at least not by Western astrologers. And it is also the house of psychic powers, occult mystery, and occult knowledge. So about the house, it says it's also the house of psychic powers, occult mysteries, and occult knowledge. The eighth house is naturally ruled by Scorpio, and its associated planets are Mars and Pluto. So it's also associated with all forms of subtle energies. For this reason, it's related to higher mathematics, atomic energy, and sciences that deal with complex energies such as physics. In addition, the eighth house is the area of corporate or political resources, and some people with strong eighth houses might be acting in one of these areas. Okay, guys, and that is the introduction for the eighth house. Okay, and now we can get into our eighth house reading. Let's see. All right, so let's see here. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for the eighth house, aka Scorpio's house. Please give me a reading for Scorpio, aka the eighth house. Okay. Speaking of that transmutation again, right? We have the Nine of Pentacles in our first placement, and then the Temperance here in the second placement, and the Queen of Swords as the outcome. Or not the outcome per se. We're looking at a trajectory, so past, present, future. The Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords at the bottom of the deck, the King of Swords on the top. So this is a loving, one of the most beautiful Pentacle cards in the deck. The Nine of Pentacles. It embodies being comfortable in your environment and just all around balanced, healthy, abundant, sufficient, and surrounded by love and the feng shui. So this is a beautiful card to have. And then we're looking at the Alchemist. So in a way, I'm looking at sustainability even through turbulence, ups and downs, any curveballs. This energy is talking about alchemizing and blending energies that don't normally mix well together. So I feel like we're looking at a sense of sustainability, you know, and also the alchemizing of the elements that don't normally mix well together. So it just feels like it's let's see, these two cards combinations, like dynamic energy. Like this is a very conducive time to learn new things, even if you're not going to school or intentionally trying to learn something. Life is bringing you a lot of lessons, and in a well-rounded type of way, to be able to like think outside the box and have perspectives that you normally wouldn't be afforded. But if it weren't for these type of challenges or ups and downs, or the unique quality in your current environment, is what it looks like too. There could also be a lot of moving around, you know, like maybe not every day or just all the time, like super moving around, never getting to sit down, but that could be part of it too. But I just feel like there's a sense of movement, like your environment changes sometimes, potentially. You're seeing a lot of unique things and experiences. That's what that feels like with that Alchemist card combination, with the Nine of Pentacles progressing to the Alchemist, and then we have the Queen of Swords at the end of the day coming out. You know, the Queen of Swords represents the mentality, logic, communication, information. You know, so coming out with the Queen of Swords with these new perspectives, knowledge, wisdom. I feel like wisdom even, especially. Okay, so that's beautiful. I feel like that's a great reading there as far as the trajectory and the way that the energy is moving through the 8th house. And so let's see. Alright, so let's see. Now I'm going to put a pin in that translation as just being able to read the energies in the 8th house. Let's get more context here and clarify. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table and the cards. Wow, that's great. Oh, that's really cool. Yay. Whoa, Jack. So that has the Ten of Pentacles on the top of the deck and the Seven of Pentacles on the bottom. But what's really nice, guys, is I've been saying throughout the live stream today, what happened to my pentacles? And so to actually have the same card come out here, it's like, oh, it's really great. We have the Pentacles on the other side. Oh, so nothing was lost in this process. Nothing was lost in this process. That's really beautiful to see, right? Not to say that anything was lost in the other readings, but if there was a transmutation as we saw, and then we were looking at different elements. I'm like, where's my Pentacles? Here's the Pentacles. Yay. So it looks like nothing was lost, only gained. And what was gained significantly was wisdom. And these major arcanas coming out in this placement here lets me know that this is like the will of the Most High. This was meant to happen. This was fate, like a fated destiny type of translation is what I'm looking at there. So as far as what I was mentioning, what I was interpreting here in The Alchemist, that is being clarified with the Magician. Again, I feel like, yeah, that's where I'm getting the divine timing, the alignment, the synchronicity is clarified here, clarifying the Alchemist, the Temperance. And so it feels like while these changes are happening, there's a moment here for abundance to take place, manifestations, like what seems to be miracles, super natural, the supernatural. Huh? Oh. How would you describe the Temperance and the Magician? That's actually something I would want to plug into AI just for the articulation. Definitely. Let me see if I can do that. Wow. The Alchemist and the Magician. I don't want to forget, and I don't want to miss the opportunity. To read up on it. The Alchemist and the Magician. The Alchemist works with physical elements, chemicals, and proto-science to transform matter, like turning lead into gold, while the Magician uses spells and supernatural forces or illusions to bend reality or entertain. Let's see. Don't know if this is actually looking at it in a... It's kind of looking at it in a maybe more secular sense. Yeah, because it's like in spirituality or alchemy and witchcraft or in fantasy. So I got to narrow it down. Okay. So the Magician card in Major Arcana is the ultimate tarot archetype of the Alchemist. That's interesting that I have the Temperance that I often name the Alchemist, but also the Magician here. It says embodying foundational hermetic maximum, as above, so below. Oh, as above, so below. That gives context to how I'm looking at the Pentacles, as above, so below. But anyways, it's interesting. So it says he stands before a table holding the four elemental suits, the wand, the cup, the swords, the pentacles, actively translating divine will, raw energy, and ideas from the spiritual plane into tangible reality. The core meaning, manifestation and agency. So as far as manifestation, you possess all the raw tools, skills, and willpower required to turn your vision into a concrete reality. And as far as agency, is talking about moving from passive dreaming to active, focused creation, becoming the conscious alchemist of your own life. All right, just wanted to see here how this would be articulated. Because I was explaining it, I'm like, how did I explain it now? And onomatopoeia is like, wow, ooh, ah, blah. Oh my goodness, whoa. um, whoa. What a time. This is a great time, Scorpio. I know. That's why I needed some help. But yeah, wow, guys, wow. Okay, anyhow, I'm looking at the Eight of Pentacles to clarify the Nine of Pentacles. So it's like you may have made it look easy, Scorpio. You make it look so easy, but you put a lot of hard work into this, and not just a lot of elbow grease hard work, but also the wisdom that you've already had, and you've just gained even more wisdom. Your intelligence, your willpower. Again, that's what's being described here, huh? You make it look so easy. You have strong willpower, strong focus. You are powerful. Wow, a force to be reckoned with. And that's what's happening in the cultivation stage, I feel like, is making you even more so a power and a force to be reckoned with. Wow. All right. But that's what I have for Scorpio. If I was to title this, I would title it, Whoa, Wow, Oh, Amazing. I wouldn't even have the words. But anyhow, thank you for your patience. We'll be moving to our next reading, the ninth house, Sagittarius's house. Okay. Sagittarius, aka the ninth house. Let's see. All right, Sagittarius. What's going on with Sagittarius? Okay, Sagittarius, the archer, flying high. How many Sagittariuses does it take to screw in a light bulb? 1, and 11 other signs to revolve around him. The archer's arrow searches for meaning, and Sagittarius can be thought of as the gypsy, the student, the philosopher, all rolled into one. No other sign is so focused on finding life's basic truth. Archers, born with this need to understand, and as a mutable sign, they thrive on the changes in this search that this search can provide. Because this is a yang sign, Archers are always moving toward more experience. It's also a party sign, and the party is marked by the fire signs, enthusiasm, high spirits, and a whole lot of fun. Archers' optimism is contagious, and their honesty and directness can be a breath of fresh air. The best and worst of the archers, the Sagittarius thrive on independence and freedom, and they never tire of a change of scenery. Sure, they might forget your date or miss that important deadline, but you can also count on them to get even the dullest of parties moving. Archers are ruled by Jupiter, the king of the Roman gods, and the planet of good fortune, optimism, expansion, and abundance. Jupiter is a Jupiter is a fortunate ruler, and Sagittariuses tend to be freedom-loving, energetic people. Sagittarius's enthusiasm is bound to be contagious, but their lack of commitment can annoy others more. It can annoy other more responsible signs. Their generosity might spill into excessiveness. Their optimism might make them blend or make them blind to details, and their honesty can make their remarks sound blunt or inconsiderate. But the careful adventurousness of Sagittarius can be a welcome change. Most dangerous to Sagittariuses can be their tendency toward dogma, because they're seeking a universal truth rather than an individual one. They might mistake a trend for that truth and then become rather preachy about its powers. But archers truly do wish to unite all people under one idea, and if they believe they found it, they're eager to share it with all. Sagittarius speak their truth whether or not you ask for it. They are candid and outspoken, yet intensely introspective and philosophical. In the long run, for Sagittarius, it's the getting there that's more than half the fun. Archers love travel, new places, and seeking. Go along the ride. It says go along for the ride if you dare. Of course, if you're a Sagittarius yourself, you won't think twice. Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay, the ninth house. Don't know much about history, it says. Your ninth house is where everything from higher education to philosophy and religion and from law to travel and foreign concerns resides. It also includes the medical system and politics and all areas of collective thought structures. In addition, it's the area involved in the development of a social conscience. In other words, it's the house of your social areas. This is the house of mental exploration and long distance travel, and it is traditionally the house of long journeys over water. We love the sound of that, and seeing new cultures and more of the world is one way to gain new perspectives of the world in general. Your ninth house also is the place where you'll find your patterns of behavior and how you break them. This is where you'll confront the tendency of your life to become routine, as well as where you'll encounter unpredictable awareness, the aha experience, to shake you out of routine, primarily because it's our beliefs, religion, and philosophical systems that are behind everything we do. In the ninth house, you learn about your inner self and perceptions of your life. You could think of your ninth house as your mental model of the universe, but remember, your model is but one of many. Unsuccessfully navigated, your ninth house can become a place where you mistake that model for the real world. Successfully navigated is the place where you'll make room in your life for miracles. In addition to being where your cultural customs and beliefs exist, this house is where you'll find how you publicly convey your ideas and beliefs. And the ninth house also is considered the house of publishing and teaching. Naturally associated with Sagittarius on its cusp, the ninth house is the house of the higher mind and exploration, especially of philosophical subjects. The planet that naturally rules the ninth house is Jupiter, the planet of abundance, or when overdone, misfortune. So, what's behind your beliefs? The ninth house sign describes your beliefs, your philosophies, and how you seek opportunities for expansion. Your ninth house ruler describes where and how you expand your mind and experiences and develop your understanding of life. The house where Sagittarius, the corresponding natural sign, is, shows what area of your life can provide you with growth, experience, and experiences which lead to a greater understanding of life. Okay, so now we are ready to get into the reading for Sagittarius, aka the ninth house. All right. Hey guys, so thank you so much for your support on the channel and on the video. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for interacting with me in the chat. Okay, so let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Sagittarius, aka the ninth house. Please put resonance in the deck for this reading. Okay, there we go. Yay. Because I'm like, where's my pentacles after going through a stage like this? Okay, cool. Pentacles are on the way. Alright. Yeah, because I like, when I see this embodiment, this is more like a noun, and this is the verb. Okay, yeah, pentacles are on the way. Almost literally like the Queen of Pentacles dispatches the knight. The king and or the queen dispatch the Knight of Pentacles to carry out what it's meant to carry out. So this is really great. Also, this alchemist, aka Temperance, this is Sagittarius's archetype and the tarot. So this is really great. Also, not only that it's Sagittarius's energy, but it is the alchemist. It's the expansion, it's the temperance of elements and energies that don't normally mix well. It's being alchemized so that they do mix well. It's almost as if it's saying that the Most High is making a way out of no way for Sagittarius. Okay, making a way out of no way for Sagittarius. And so we're moving forward with whatever it is that Sagittarius is working on and focused on. This is showing that the Most High is making a way out of no way for your plans to move forward is what it looks like. Whatever obstacles are standing in your way are in the process of being dissolved. It's in the process of enabling you to think outside of the box or to find ways within the box to get through and to make it to the other side with your goals intact. So this is a straightforward reading for Sagittarius, and I feel like putting a pin in it and leaving it just like that. Yeah, we're going to leave this reading just like that, and so we can move to our 10th house. If I be honest, I'm starting to run out of a little bit of energy, so I want to conserve my energy and make sure we can make it to the end. And so that was such a good, positive, clear reading for Sagittarius. It also resonates with other readings that I have been seeing for Sagittarius. We're going to leave it at that. And let's see. Okay, and so our next house is the 10th house, Capricorn's house. I noticed someone in the chat, maybe it was a couple of you, gave a shout out to Capricorn. What's up, Capricorns? What's up, Capricorn? Okay, we're in the 10th house. Alright, so this following section in chapter 16 is actually going to cover not only Capricorn, but give an excerpt for Aquarius, the 11th house, and Pisces, the 12th house. Whoa, we made it there already, guys. Wow. Yay, we're almost there. The 10th house is Capricorn, 11th house Aquarius, and the 12th house is Pisces. So here we are, chapter 16. Wishing and hoping is what this chapter is titled. So in this chapter, the fourth quadrant houses, it says where you'll make your mark. Okay, so the 10th house, the subheading they have for the 10th house, they say the neon lights are bright. Okay, that's Capricorn's house. The 11th house, which is Aquarius's house, the subheading says when you wish upon a star. And the 12th house, which is Pisces' house, the subheading says secret agent. And now this chapter goes on to read as follows. It says the last three houses are the stuff of dreams and of ambitions, reputations, interests, and goals. There are secrets here too, but if you unlock the doors there behind, you might find greater fulfillment. The 10th house is the area of your reputation and career. The 11th house, your long-term dreams and goals. And the 12th house is where you'll find your secrets, including those you're keeping from yourself. Okay, and that's the blurb. Now, we'll be reading the excerpt. And I'm actually going to flip back to read about this sign. Okay, hold on. I like to start in the chapter talking about the sign, but that time I did it backwards. So we'll read about the sign now. The winter signs: Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Capricorn, the goat, ain't no mountain high enough. Aquarius, the water bear, quiet revolutionary. And Pisces, the fishes, how deep is the ocean? Perhaps no three signs are more different than the signs of winter. Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Capricorn is the organized, goal-setting achiever. Aquarius is the inventive, humanitarian, revolutionary. And Pisces is the compassionate, all-understanding healer. Perhaps it says it's no accident, actually it says there, it's no accident that these signs appear during the dark and heavy winter months. These signs understand the hardships of the world and can readily walk a mile in someone else's shoes. What grows in the winter, some might say nothing as it appears, but the signs of winter know that this is the time to go inward with ideas, goals, and a plan of action. Okay, so there's the blurb. Now we can read for Capricorn, the 10th house. There we go. All right. And it says, how many Capricorns does it take to screw in a light bulb? One, but it has to be her idea. No signs, public persona is closer to its values than the goats, and no sign is more directed towards its goals. Intense and practical goats will bide their time, waiting for the right moment to climb that peak, because after they do, they intend to stay there. Self-control of both will and emotion helps goats achieve their aims. As the cardinal earth signs, the Capricorn is decidedly down to earth, and it's decidedly down to earth in its efforts and with its yin energy. The goat uses the mind rather than physical force to reach its goals. But Capricorn isn't just any goat, it's a sea goat. And as a creature that's half fish, it also can use water's deeper powers to its advantage. Ultimately, though, goats' goals are always down to earth. So, no matter what their means to get there, their ends are always practical and constructive. Capricorn is society's elder. Goats are here to accept responsibility for helping others and building a society that meets the needs of the people. They also want to build something stable and enduring. After all, this sign is ruled by Saturn, also known as Father Time. Capricorns are meant to create a balance between conscientious nurturing and meeting the responsibilities of being the elders. People don't become elders when they're young, though, so goats understand the patience required to learn what's important. The best and worst of Capricorn, it can be lonely at the top, but if Capricorn wants to be there, they'll learn to live with solitude. At their best, Capricorns are ambitious, organized, efficient, and responsible, but they also can be cool, calculating, suspicious, and rigid. Though Capricorns can get a little heavy with the rest of the zodiac, thinking that all other signs are not disciplined or structured enough, they are often hardest on themselves. In their effort to achieve security, Capricorns might step on anything or anyone that stands in their way, but they can be surprisingly kind too, especially to those who have done them favors or kindness. Capricorns are motivated by pride. They don't look like to be beholden. Let me see. They don't look to be beholden. Sorry about that. And they repay favors generously. Capricorns particularly can be a welcome asset in the cold of winter. The logs will be stacked and ready next to the door, and the cupboard will be filled with all that's needed to get through the cold months. And goats will surprise you too with their quiet, dry wit, helping to pass the winter nights. I almost wanted to laugh at that because for sure Capricorns, it is really cool how they can really bring life to a very dull moment. They're funny, witty. It's cool to see that. Okay, so but reading here about the 10th house, they say the neon lights are bright. Your 10th house is the house of your reputation and your career, your own personal Broadway, in other words. Just as the 4th house is where, let's see, just as the 4th house is where you'll find your home, the 10th house, its opposite, is where you'll find everything outside your home. Your profession, your community standing, your social role, and what others think of you. Some call this house the house of ambition, aspiration, and attainment. So it's interesting to note that it's also the house where you'll find your dominant parent. Still, this house is where you'll achieve success through your own efforts. It's a reflection of your image and achievements as shown by the rewards that you'll receive for your position in life. Just as your 4th house cusp is your lower heaven or IC, your 10th house cusp is your midheaven or MC. This means that this house contains things so obvious about you that they can be seen from a distance. Successfully navigated, your 10th house will give you a sense of fulfilling your destiny and an enormous sense of professional satisfaction as well. Your 10th house is naturally associated with goal-oriented Capricorn on its cusp, and its planetary ruler is serious, responsible Saturn. So naturally, the 10th house also represents positions of power and authority in especially high government posts. Okay. All right, great. So now we're ready to get into our general reading for the day for Capricorn, aka the 10th house. Okay. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Capricorn, aka the 10th house. Please put resonance in the deck. Okay. All right. So I'm reminded of the disclaimer that this is a general reading not intended to resonate with everyone. If it doesn't fit, please don't force it. I'll be back to do another as soon as possible because this Capricorn is coming into the reading on the stage with the 3 of Pentacles. It looks like a collaborative effort to improve a situation or to address a situation, finding the best course of action to address a concern. The Three of Pentacles is supposed to represent that type of collaboration, but at times it is there to signify some sort of obstructive interference. It feels though that in either case, if there is obstructive interference, there's still this meeting, this collaboration to try to come to a resolve and a solution. That's what that looks like. And then in our second placement, which this is past, present, future, here having the Magician. First of all, the major arcana there gives me comfort in certain contexts like this, because there's such a meeting that's taking place, right? And potentially some obstructive interference. And we're in a serious house of Capricorn. We just read about how serious the house could be, you know, talking about rules, regulations, expectations. And then we're talking about, you know, the career arena of careers. Seeing a major arcana here lets me know that it was meant to happen. Like, this was meant to happen. It's happening within a divine timing. Something needed to be addressed. It's time. That's what this is talking about. At times, however, the Magician does come into a reading and it signifies some sort of manipulation or a finesser. So we've got to be careful with that, right? So we're seeing some some dualistic interpretations on the table, which lets me know I'm definitely going to continue working on this and clarifying certain positions. But just off the page, then we have the King of Fire in the third position. So I am taking note that it's the King of Fire and it's not the Queen, because the Queen maybe can fluctuate, or, you know, she can be like an ambassador in the situation. It is what it is, right? Well, the King is actually very decisive in executing what he means to execute, and he moves really fast. So it lets me know that there's a decision that was made, a solution rendered, and it's going to be executed. It's going to be carried out as such, right when it's supposed to, with his divine timing. So there's that. Now also, when I, you know, do have the court cards, the King of Fire, aside to his many symbolic references, he points to the fifth house. Okay, so that's Leo's house, and all the things that Leo encompasses may be something you know, significant in the translation of this embodiment too. But anyhow, I feel that in this translation in particular, it probably leans more toward the fact that a decision has been made and will be carried out as such. Even with these card combinations on the top of and bottom of the deck, here is our Queen. Now, just because we're mentioning it, the Queen is Aries' archetype in a minor arcana, the first house. But anyhow, I feel like the Queen is there, you know, backing the King's decision, and there's the resolution that's been made. This is what I'm feeling like I'm looking at. So now, with that translation, I'll put a pin in that. I feel like that's a complete translation of the trajectory of the energy here. And then I'll continue working it to get a clarifier. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table. Please put resonance in the cards. Okay, great. All right. Nice thing to note here is that there's a lot of love in this connection, a lot of love and respect. That's nice to see, right? Because it gives us context about, and especially about, I was wondering, is there obstructive interference here? Well, this clarifier would say no, so it lets me know that the collaboration here is definitely trying to improve the situation. There's not obstructive interference here at all on the table. There's love, there's alignment, purpose, and then the outcome rendered is in the Page of Pentacles too. So it looks like this is a good outcome that comes out of the situation. Okay. And so I like to call the Three of Pentacles, a collaboration that's come together to optimize the situation, to improve the situation. And of course, they want to produce more pentacles. You want to have a pentacle produced out of this situation. Especially look at how many pentacles that they have around. The Nine of Pentacles here, and they're all working the Three of Pentacles there. So they definitely have it to produce. So it's great to see that they are producing more and that the outcome is positive. And even the energies on the top and bottom of the clarifying and the reading decks are positive too. You got the Queen of Fire coming out with the Ace of Pentacles, and we have the Ten of Pentacles here coming out with the Knight of Pentacles. Now, as far as a relationship reading for Capricorn, this may suggest that the couple is going to meet family, for an example. Like this is someone, they found somebody significant in their life that they value. I would say their connection is being raised to a higher level of commitment, but it seems they've come onto the table, the reading table, already in a sense of a connection, of a commitment, even if not on paper. It just seems that they have a mutual respect and understanding in their connection, that they respect each other so much that it seems that there's even like just an intrinsic value system that they respect, and they come in here with love. So it looks like they could be like meeting. You could meet their parents, for an example, or meet their family, or you could be going to the altar to get married, or you could be trying to purchase a house together. It's a lot of things like that. Maybe if you're thinking about planning for children, you guys could be going to make sure your medicals are lined up and pick out which hospital, which primary physician you want to see. Maybe you're already advanced enough in stages of conception where you're going to the doctor for checkups and stuff. I mean, it's that type of situation that's happening. And again, with the divine timing being there, but you guys could be planning a whole lot of things. I mean, there could even be like a prenuptial agreement. I mean, the contract, what you're agreeing to do. You could be talking about launching a new business. You could be talking about going on a vacation, you know. But anyhow, yeah, that's really great. And starting to move in that direction, putting aside the money. You could even be planning, hey, this is what we're going to do 5 years from now, and start to put away the money to do it. But there's a lot of things on the table as far as possibilities. I feel like this is a complete reading and translation that we can leave here on the table and move to our next house very soon, in just a moment. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so now we're ready to move into our next house, which is Aquarius, the 11th house. It seems like there's a high likelihood that this reading for Aquarius may include those who has cusp energy, like Capricorn, Aquarius cusp, even Pisces, Aquarius cusp energy. Nonetheless, this is Aquarius's reading that we'll be getting into. Let's see, Aquarius. Okay, Aquarius, the water bearer, the quiet revolutionaries. I'm going to enjoy reading this over and over again because today it really sits with me when they say the quiet revolutionaries. It's really cool. If you know an Aquarius man, you got to watch them because they are definitely more about action than talking about it. You'll just see them one day. They might tell you, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And you got to catch them telling you that. You got to really be paying attention because you might miss them telling you that, but you probably won't. You got to like be in their circle though to really catch it. And the next thing you know, man, boom, it just it's there and it's beautiful. It's a well-oiled machine. And you might just be like, when did you do that, Aquarius? Whoa. Oh my God. But that was all inspired by just reading this heading right here, talking about Aquarius, the water bearer, the quiet revolutionaries. Okay, how many Aquarians does it take to screw in a light bulb? One. And he has to use the latest technology to do it. Aquarius is where you'll find the zodiac's eccentric individualists and crazy inventors. Anything out of the ordinary interests this independent sign, and water bearers are often they're often trend spotters and trendsetters. That's cool how they're not just trend setters, but they're the trend spotters too, and that is so true. Okay, yay. Anyhow, it goes on to say, the impossible simply doesn't exist for Aquarius. You'll never know what new invention a water bearer will bring to us. Aquarius is the futurist of the zodiac. The eccentric inventor always thinks of the possibilities. Water bearers, fixed air represents president or it represents persistent development of the intellect through communication, and their planetary influence, Uranus, means they'll be committed to innovation and change. Aquarians will often be progressive and open minded, but that fixed quality means they'll often be fixed in their opinions as well. Most water bearers find Earth to be a very dense place. Most of them are 50 years or more ahead of their time, and talking to the rest of us can seem like a difficult and laborious process. Aquarians often feel like they're visiting from another planet because their ideas are so advanced. Trouble is, sometimes they forget their mission after they get here and find out how dense this place really is. So, why is it that Aquarius, the water bearer, is an air sign and not a water sign? Good question. But look at this sign's symbol to find your answer. This water is in the form of waves, which are caused by wind, the motion of air on water. These wavy lines also represent the serpents of knowledge, the parts of the body ruled by Aquarius, the ankles in the circulatory system, and lightning that cleans air and leaves that ozone buzz. Remember that this name doesn't refer to the water itself, but to its carrier. Aquarius is the water bearer, the most human of the signs. Water bearers do anything to avoid boredom, and they care little for what others think, especially after they've determined their own particular cause. Water bearers firmly believe that change is good and innovation can lead to enduring transformation. Their ambition is for humankind rather than just themselves. And you'll find some of the great progressive thinkers here: Charles Darwin, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Edison, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. For example, Aquarians have a genuine belief and goal that everyone can have their needs met. The best and worst of the water bearers: idealistic, inventive, and original. Water bears can all too easily seem aloof, detached, or just plain cranky. Aquarius's tendency to go against the grain can separate them from other people, even the more abstract humanity they are trying to help. Pardon me, guys. Thank you for bearing with me. This section continues to say, more than any other sign, water bears have a human connection, and they seek to bring all humans together without regard for any of the imaginary divisions humans themselves have created. The same disregard for human differences, though, the same disregard for human difference, though, might leave the water bears without any close relationships of their own. Have you ever heard the line, I love humankind, it's the people I can't stand? It's likely that this was first spoken by an Aquarian. Water bears' strongest trait is their intellectual independence and their refusal to be pigeonholed. Aquariuses really do hear a different drummer, and it may even be they who are playing those drums. Aquariuses can be radicals, renegades, or bohemians too, but depending on other factors in the chart, it might not be obvious. They can look perfectly normal and yet have very different ideas. So even though they might pass for one of us, they don't feel like us. It's almost as though they're aliens from another star system living in human bodies. Aquariuses often experiment with or observe friends, mates, or partners just to see what they'll do under a particular set of circumstances, and they could be very detached about this process, although the results might be enough to keep them interested in a person. So let me just see. I just want to read that again. I'm sorry. But it's almost as though they're aliens from another star system living in human bodies. Aquariuses often experiment with or observe friends, mates, or partners just to see what they'll do under a particular set of circumstances. And they can be very detached about this process, although the results might be enough to keep them interested in a person. Okay, and that brings us over here to read for the 11th house for Aquarius. Yeah, I wanted to read about that. And I think a lot of us, those of us who find ourselves enamored by Aquarius, might be like, what is that open sesame, that abracadabra that makes it work with Aquarius? That's why I wanted to read that again. And you find a lot of people might complain about how detached an Aquarius is, or a lot of people will be like, oh, the Aquarius didn't even get closure, they didn't even say goodbye. Some people say that, I've heard. Like a lot of experts in astrology, they'll say that about Aquarius. But I thought that last sentence described it. Like they're detached, but also it feels like they were saying in certain scenarios, like they're looking to see how you respond in a certain scenario, and maybe they will find their match in you, resonance in you, and you and they, or maybe you won't. That's what that seemed like to me. Maybe you won't, maybe they don't, and then poof. Maybe that's why type energy. But anyhow, thank you again. That's my 2 cents. What do I know? I'm thankful for the Aquarians that I do know. So shout out to y'all. Okay, let's get into it. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Aquarius, aka the 11th house. Thank you. Queen of Pentacles. The Temperance. And the King of Pentacles. Alright, there we go. Woohoo. Okay, at the top is the Ace of Swords and the Knight of Pentacles. Okay, sweet. I'm just always excited, right? See my pentacles? See my pentacles at the end of the day. And we're looking at an upgrade. We're starting out, and it's all energy specific. Of course, not gender specific when I say that, right? Don't bite my head off. We start off with the Queen of Pentacles, and at the end of the day, we got the King of Pentacles. So that's a progression, upward momentum type energy, right? And then, as I like to say, when I see the court cards in a way, I see them as nouns, right? And then when you get to the knight, this is the verb, this is the movement, this is the execution, right? This is the dispatch of this great plan, this great idea, whatever that might be. So it's like whatever you're focused on, Aquarius, you come on the stage with it. Whatever it is that you're focused on, working on, that's how the Aquarius comes on the stage. Queen of Pentacles. The Queen of Pentacles, technically, aside from all of her symbolic glory, points to the 10th house, right? Whereas the King, in all of his symbolic glory, points to the 2nd house. So the 10th house governs career, work ethic, status. We just read about the 10th house, also about the rules, the regulations, expectations, etc. Right? You got that. So an enterprise as such, whatever you're focused on, Aquarius. Okay, we're looking at a moment here in the alchemist, the temperance of these actions, this time period, alchemizing differences. That's what the temperance does. Blends together elements that don't normally mix well, like hot and cold, wet and dry, for an example. So I'm looking at a duration of a cultivation process here. And coming out with the King of Pentacles means you made it. And also during that cultivation process, the process refined. It improved. Certain aspects were purified, right? And then we're headed out with the King of Pentacles as described. So upward trajectory, upward momentum, success. Alright, so that is so straightforward. I could put a pin in that. And that is the reading. That's the energy I'm seeing for Aquarius. Wow. Wow. Moving forward with the decisive mindset and the Ace of Swords. This is Aquarius's house. It's the world stage. I think I do have to continue cultivating. Let's see what's going on. Dear Holy Spirit. But we did put a pin on that, right? That's a finished transit. It's so finished, I was about to move to our next house. But I got a little bit of more energy. So let's take a look here. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table. Please put resonance in the deck. Wow. Nine of Pentacles on the top of the deck, Six of Pentacles on the bottom of the deck at the end of the day. But wow, because this is interesting, right? Like seeing the Queen of Pentacles and then the King of Pentacles at the end of the day. And we got this major arcana of the Alchemist and the Apprentice. And then the Clarifiers, Seven of Pentacles and the Eight of Pentacles. So like I said, I like working with a stacked deck to see the sequential order. This is a perfect example of that. I like to see that. This is the planning stage. And this is executing the plan and banging out pentacles. This is the productivity. So I feel like this is a clarifier that confirmed and reiterated what I had described at first. And it elaborates to give additional context because this Queen of Pentacles is in a planning phase. So checks and balances, blueprints, whatever needs to be made. It also looks like the blueprint, for an example, the plan has already been drafted, and this is going over it and checking it, like dotting I's, crossing T's, you know, making certain improvements if and where necessary type energy is what this looks like. So after vetting the plan, so to speak, and then there's a time period, it looks like, where this duration takes place, vetting the plan, you know, in a way. Um, yeah, like it could even be like prototypes and construction, drafts, rough drafts, I don't, you know, just the staging of the planning. But here, this is being elaborated, the temperance, the alchemist, blending elements together that don't normally mix well. It feels like this clarifier adds, expands, let's see here, expounds upon this energy to say it's coming to finalization, like the final stage. It's like tying up any loose ends. So because this represents a new beginning after an ending, so getting closure, smoothing out the rough edges, that's what that feels like before launching into actual construction, actual building stage. And so when I say I'm looking at a noun, at times when I see like a court card like this King of Pentacles, and then this is the verb, this is what I was picking up over here. So I feel like this is confirmed here in the Eight of Pentacles. This is building, this is banging out the pentacles. This is, you know, getting to the stage and the phase of seeing the productivity and profits also. If not reaping profits, it's getting into position to receive profits from the hard work. Yeah, so that's pretty much what I'm seeing there. And then this energy on the top of the bottom, this is one of my, actually these are two really amazing Pentacle cards in the deck, the Six of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles. But here I feel like this is a sense of charity in a way, but it speaks to, you know, having your needs met even if and when it comes out of thin air. You know, so grants, for an example, it would be a good time for charity, like a grant, or Good Samaritans, volunteers type energy, or unexpected income. You know, this is what that looks like. All right, so yeah, thank you so much, guys, for your support on the channel and on the video. It is so nice to see the channel growing, and I really appreciate your support. Lord knows, you know, because how many hours have it been on here today? So without your support, I really don't think that would be possible. No. Thank you. So let's see. Okay. And we have Pisces reading coming up. So last but not least, and then next time I'll probably start in Pisces house and work my way up towards the first house. Because I try not to, you know, I usually fizzle out energy-wise towards the end. So I figure if I start at the, you know, at the dot, dot, dot. Yeah. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay, the 12th house, Pisces house. Here we go. Let's see. Okay. Pisces, where are you? Well, thank you for your patience. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. All right. So, Pisces, the fishies. How deep is the ocean? How many Pisceans does it take to screw in a light bulb? I think this is cute, y'all. It says, the light went out. Oh my God, that's dope, right? The light went out, implying they have their own light, right? Okay. Mutable water, from solid ice to liquid to gas to vapor. This is the character of Pisces, changing according to outside conditions, and yet fishes live largely in the world of the imagination, the realm of dreams where objects and events seem to have no connection to outer reality. What's going on here? This last sign of the zodiac is truly universal. Pisces creates the possibility to move beyond self into transcendence, represented to humans as the world of dreams and faith. But this also can be a world of sheer escapism, where dreaming is done for its own sake. Fishies, we could say, can either sink or swim. Put another way, Pisces know which way the river is running and might swim with it or against it. Swimming against it can mean that they might find a way to another stream. It says, hooked, quote unquote, hooked fishes can channel their addictions, for an example, while swimming with it might mean quite literally going with the flow and living intuitively. Pisces are highly intuitive, and Pisces is the sign that merges with others so easily that these people don't always know what's theirs and what belongs to someone else. As the last sign of the zodiac, Pisces carries the knowledge of the preceding 11 signs, knowing and understanding the light, dark, and shadowy in-between of human nature. Pisces are frequently so sensitive to the vibrations of others that they can go into work and instantly feel how others are feeling. Unfortunately, they might also unconsciously take responsibility for how others are doing, or wonder why they feel so bad, especially when they woke up feeling so good. For this reason, fishes can have a hard time maintaining their boundaries and knowing what they're feeling as opposed to what others are feeling. The reason for this boundary stuff goes back to the main point of Pisces, which is to merge with others and eventually the source, or God. Fishes are in a highly spiritual sign, living in a very non-spiritual world. For this reason, it's easy for them to get off track by merging with the wrong people and to get away from their true spiritual focus. Above all, Pisces are here to give, not just to those like themselves, but to anyone who needs their help, love, attention, or whatever. Pisces wants to heal and will sacrifice for the greater good of their families, communities, and country. The best and worst of Pisces, compassionate fishes can see deep into the human psyche, probe the depths of emotions, lend a sympathetic ear, or play an intuitive hunch. But they can also be, oh, so sad, shy, timid, or just plain impractical. Pisces can seem both lazy and over-talkative, seeming to go on and on about any number of unlikely possibilities. But Pisces can change too, and change can be good. It can mean adaptability. Because of their extraordinary sensitivity, Pisces are often creative artistically, and their understanding of people sometimes seems limitless, though the understanding doesn't always extend to themselves. Pisces is the sign that represents spirituality, not religion like Sagittarius, a true need to have a relationship with a higher power. When these spiritual needs aren't fulfilled, Pisces can become involved in the negative side of this energy, which is escapism. That's where the drugs, alcohol, or sugar addictions come in, as well as the wrong kinds of people. Pisces need to learn to live by faith and intuition. When they do this, they're on the right track. Physicist Albert Einstein was a Pisces, and his theories were impractical but correct. Does the universe need dreamers and people who can transcend the boundaries of normal reality? And does that make them impractical or just different from the rest of us? Interesting. Oh, thank you. Hey, Queen the Empress. Thank you for stopping by. And thank you all. I continue to say I appreciate you for your support and interacting with me in the chat. The 12th house. And when I was reading, I'm still like in awe about what they said. I love the blurb that they said about how many Pisces does it take to change the light bulb, and the answer was the light went out, like question mark. And I said, does that suggest they have their own inner light? But then I'm still thinking, it's a good riddle, or does that suggest they're not even paying attention to the light or the darkness? They seemingly weave and move between both, where it's irrelevant. It's like, whoa, dot, dot, dot. But then again, don't fish. They can see in the dark. Okay, keep going. The 12th house, secret agent. The 12th house gets a bad rep in many astrology books, particularly the older ones. Sometimes it's called the house of secrets. Others call it the house of self-undoing or the house of sorrows. Because one of us has 5 planets in her 12th house, we know there's more to it than all these challenging vibes. But let's take a moment to look at where this tarnished reputation came from. The 12th house is certainly the most mystical of the houses. It's where you'll find your subconscious and the unknown, after all. Like most fields, though, astrology until recently had a patriarchal bend, which meant that feminine signs like Cancer and Pisces were called emotional and quote-unquote weepy. In the mystical houses, the 4th, 8th, and 12th were called disappointing or irrational. Well, it can be scary for some behind the times guys to get in touch with things like intuition and secrets and dreams. They operate in what they want to be rational, ordered world. What they want to be a rational and ordered world. Except that we all know that the world isn't always rational or ordered as we'd like. There's even a theory for this lack of rationality now. It's called the chaos theory. Astrologer Stephen Forrest calls the 12th house the house of troubles, but also makes it clear that it's consciousness itself that resides here. This is the point at which self meets soul, and where ego can merge into spirit. Successfully navigate your 12th house, and you'll transcend your everyday worries. Planets in this house also can help you learn lessons that free you from past destructive patterns. Unsuccessfully navigated, and your self-image will be blurry. You might self-destruct through alcohol, drugs, or the wrong people, or seem to have chronic bad luck. Your 12th house can lead to self-transcendence, moving beyond the ego to what's beyond the self. It's here you'll find your higher consciousness, your unconscious, and what you don't yet know. Poorly aspected, though, it can be your undoing. How you navigate your 12th house is up to you. Its ruler is Pisces, and its associated planets are Neptune and Jupiter. Neptune, the mystical, and Jupiter, the fortunate, or, when overdone, the unfortunate. And then the last subheading here is titled Skeletons in Your Closet. It says, your 12th house sign describes your past, the type of social services you might perform, and how you express or don't express your unconsciousness. Your 12th house ruler describes where and how you can develop beyond yourself and serve the larger collective. The house where Pisces, the corresponding natural sign, is, shows where you need to be of service to others and in what areas of your life you have great potential to develop your unconsciousness. Okay, so now we can get into our reading for Pisces for the day, a general reading for the day. For Pisces, aka the 12th house. Okay. Dear Holy Spirit, please give me a reading for Pisces. Dear Holy Spirit, please put resonance in the deck to give me a reading for Pisces, aka the 12th house. All right. Well, there's a lot of card combinations that came out in this placement here. Well, let's see. Looking here. All right. Let's see. So whatever you're focused on, Pisces, I see you moving with momentum towards a new beginning. And the major arcana of the world is here. Like the Apprentice, the first major arcana, it more so represents a new beginning after endings. The World, I feel like it's the last major arcana in the deck, and I like to call it ascending in your karmic chapter. Ascending in your karmic. For me, it represents, especially it being the last major arcana in its suit, it represents that you have gone through many ups and downs, trials and tribulations. Life lessons have been learned and mastered in order to move through to the World card, through the 21st major arcana. Also, the relative planet association here in this card is Saturn. And we've talked about the rigorous seriousness of Saturn with the rules and the expectations and the laws, you know. So to make it through here, you have to have gone through a lot and also been able to show and prove that you mastered a lot, able to move through this chapter and meet new challenges on a higher vibrational frequency. That's why I call it ascending in your karmic cipher. And then there's a lot of card combinations that we'll look at, but looking at the energy surrounding this, we're looking at judgment here, and then we're looking at detachment and moving ahead into a new chapter with the Eight of Cups and the Ace of Fire. And then here is the Apprentice that I was speaking of, being the first major arcana. So we have the last major arcana here, the World. This is the first major arcana, and then this Judgment here is there. So in context, you know, usually I do love readings, and the Judgment is talking about reconciliations. In a broader context, it's talking about a ruling being made in your favor, a judgment, like a legal judgment, and or just having good judgment. So there's multiple layered possible interpretations. So we'll get more context as we look here at these card combinations in the third placement. So this is the trajectory of the way energy is moving in our general reading for Pisces, aka the 12th house, as this represents past energy, present energy, and near future energy. So let's take a look here. It has the Nine of Cups, Ten of Cups, the Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, Queen and King of Cups. Oh, perfect. Okay. Wow, this is nice. Now, I have been saying throughout this particular live stream, especially, what happened to my pentacles when I get to the other side and I don't see my pentacles? What happened to my pentacles? What happened to my pentacles? However, these are very beautiful cup cards here, the Queen and King here. So with that, having judgment, this does look like a reconciliation is possible, right? And then let's keep in mind, we're dealing with water element here, Pisces. But so it looks like there's a reconciliation here on the horizon for those of you who have a love interest. And there's a likelihood, like when I say what happened to the Pentacles, this dynamic here, this reading, there's a high likelihood that your connection is raising to a higher level of commitment. This talks about a process, so it feels like there's a process. This feels like you'll be getting to know each other better because the Pentacles are slow moving. It's like this is on the way, and this will meet with you guys to be moving that connection to a higher level of commitment. But it looks like at this stage you're getting to know each other, loving each other, experiencing each other's energy, probably like throughout all the seasons, for example. And to confirm, to vet, if this connection has the longevity to make it to the Knight of Pentacles. But there's what we're looking at there. As far as an individual Pisces, these cards seem to me referring to you as a person, individual. Your cups are overflowing. Your cups, you're self-sustained. Your cups, you're able to heal yourself, and you're also able to now, and not as if now, like finally, you've likely always been a healer. Maybe you've gone through things in your previous chapter when, your cups were drained or diminished, or you're having a difficult time sustaining and healing and focusing on yourself. That's a possibility. But anyways, we're looking at a lot of blissful, rejuvenating energy here, revival, spirituality, yeah, all of the things. These are some amazing, beautiful cards, especially in context of other readings that have been happening for the 12th house for a minute. This is really positive to see. Right, so let's see. Reconciliation for a love interest, and or you guys just coming closer together in a new dynamic way. And then I feel like in this detachment, this Eight of Cups, it's talking about detaching from toxicity, detaching from negative things, whatever no longer serves you, detaching from that. And it feels like you do that as a couple. For those of you that are in a relationship, just walking away from the past, moving towards your new future and your new chapter together, and or individually as you yourself. And here with the King and Queen of Cups, this would be the masculine and feminine aspects of oneself. Like the lower self, higher self type of energy, the connectivity and wholeness being represented here for you. So that's what I'm getting here for Pisces. Let's see. So I'll put a pin in that interpretation. Energetically, that's what I'm seeing. And also continue to work here to get more context. So we'll put a pin in that as a complete reading and translation and continue working. Let's see. So we got that. Thank you for your patience. So we'll clarify these positions here. Dear Holy Spirit, please clarify the reading on the table. Please put resonance in the deck. In my clarifiers, I'm looking for reiteration and or redirection, to be redirected, or for the information to be expounded. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this Knight of Pentacles is being clarified by the Seven of Pentacles and the Six of Pentacles. So it feels like, you know, evaluating and planning there, whatever you're focused on. This suggests that for some of you in the collective, you may have considered abandoning, cutting it off, taking some losses, or you've considered nurturing it, trying to improve the situation, and it feels like you have support for whatever decision that you choose to make. And it does look like you choose to stay the course and work on this. And again, it looks like you're supported in that endeavor, as what I'd like to describe with the Six of Pentacles. And so I'm looking at you moving through and finding an element of success. So it looks like whatever you're working on, you get attainment there. And so if this was a relationship, for an example, you could have been thinking about cutting off a relationship, or if you could stick with that relationship, work on it and improve it. This would suggest that your efforts, and I'm like, well, where's my pentacles? Well, it looks like your pentacles on the way it's described is slow moving, but as far as your the possibility of you reconciling with your person and getting an opportunity to get that off the ground and to nurture it, looks like you have success there. And also seeing that energy be transmuted in such a way and described like this, it looks like some of these pentacles are actually describing the effort that you put into it, the service, the actions that you made to put into it is the worth, the value. And so what you're achieving is success in your goals, is what it looks like. And your pentacles are on the way, is what that looks like to me. And with that being said too, in these clarifiers, this also suggests like in this healing phase, and as you're so this lets me know that you're not only considering, you know, other things external to you, but you're also taking time to heal yourself and to invest in yourself. I feel like also talking about where did the pentacles go. All right, that's another detail there, that you've invested these pentacles into yourself to come out healed, whole, valuable, worthy of love, you know, because you've also learned to and have, not like you didn't know how before, but you took the time to invest in yourself. And what was it? Oh, and that was part of the preparation. This is showing me that you're going into this new chapter potentially single, like you're prepared, whether or not you reconcile with someone or not, like whoever accepts you or if they want to be with you or whatever, you're totally cool with just being in your own energy, working with what you have. You know that you're enough, and you know that you're going to be successful with or without somebody, is what this talks about. Now, for those of you who actually entered this stage with your connection, you and your partner together, for an example, and so much y'all two might be looking at readings together. You might be looking at this reading together, right? It's talking about the two of you weathering the storm on your own. Like you guys, it's you against the world type energy, right? And so whatever you are focused on, you two are focused on, it could be improving your relationship, but also could be enterprises, businesses, other goals that you're working on. So again, it looks like you guys move through that together, and then together experience a bliss and what you're focused on, success in what you're focused on. So then, let's see. Yeah, we haven't finished clarifying that. I was going to say, let me see what else happens. What other clarifiers do we need? Because I need additional context here to see what else. But yeah, wanted to spend time here because multiple card combinations came out to clarify the Knight of Pentacles. Alright, so let's continue there. There was a bunch of card combinations. Let's see. Dear Holy Spirit, please continue. Is there anything else to say about the Knight of Pentacles? Okay. I was like, is there a card, a single consolidated card? Alright, the Page of Pentacles. Thank you. Dear Holy Spirit, please continue. Okay. So the world is being clarified with the Temperance, the Alchemist. And dear Holy Spirit, please continue. All right. So it looks like it's being clarified with the Seven of Cups. And that makes sense. Okay. And then the top of the bottom is the Eight of Cups. And the bottom here, the top of the bottom. The top of the deck is the Eight of Cups. And the bottom is the Six of Cups. So here, that in this clarifier, and all the many cups that are here. That's why I said it makes sense to see the Seven of Cups, because look at all of the cups here: Queen, King of Cups, Knight of Cups, Page of Cups, Nine of Cups, Ten of Cups. So many cups. But I feel like this means that there's many options, different concepts. So I feel like you guys made it through a chapter, ascended in your karmic cipher as described previously. And it looks like you might still be going into a brainstorm phase to, still decide how you want to spend these pentacles. And it gives more context too that the pentacles are on their way. So some of you may be not quite ready to invest or spend the capital in your plans. You might still be in the developmental stage of the plans, is what it looks like. And yeah, including diversifying, multiplying, bringing more money to the situation. That could be, it looks like, part of the plans. So that's what I'm getting there. And then this clarifier too lets me know that, as I was talking about, pentacles are slow moving, that this here describes a time period as well. This is not something that happens overnight. With the World card there, it looked like it could potentially be happening in the snap, in the blink of an eye. I wasn't really sure because that information wasn't available. It was a possibility. The clarifier lets me know though that it could still be happening quick. It depends on how fast this alchemizing takes place, that blends elements and energy together that don't normally mix well. So typically I feel like that takes a process of cultivating and time to get there. So let's see. Yeah, so it feels like there's a duration. Pentacles are slow moving, as I said already. Over here, the alchemizing, the highs and the lows, the trials, and the good and the bad, the ups and the downs. So there could still be a process of determining. Matter of fact, even over here, looking at this energy on the top and bottom of the deck, there's the detachment, and in the other spread, it looked like for sure you're going in a new direction, in a new chapter. But what we've seen is the Ace of Fire. The Ace of Fire doesn't necessarily exclusively say you're going towards a new beginning. The Ace of Fire, that could, for an example, talk about a reconciliation. That could talk about meeting somebody and having a dynamic time and experience, and like a love at first sight, or the love is getting more intense. It's a spark. It looks like a spark, an all-encompassing spark, to ignite the beginning of something new, even having new concepts, new ideas, new material to work with, depending on the context. But let's go back here. So looking at these Eight of Cups, there's an emotional detachment and walking away. But then we're looking at the Six of Cups, and even in its context, it makes sense, because this could be going back to something in the past where there's nostalgic energy. That's a possibility. It's not etched into this reading to say that that's exactly what happens. But there could be you guys thinking about going back and recapturing and getting things off of a bucket list in the past. So let's see here. So in a way, there's a little cliffhanger at the end of the storyline, except we are seeing indication of positivity after moving through a chapter, ascending in your karmic cipher. So it's just on a cliffhanger, because I feel like this is courteous of insights to where things are headed after that chapter, the energy behind this world behind this chapter that's looks like it's in the process of tying up loose ends, getting closure, preparing for what's up ahead. And like I said, even if and when you find yourself better suited, finding yourself feeling like I'm better, you know, what does it say? I can do battle by myself. I'm better weathering these conditions alone because other people, for an example, continue to set me back. And if they're not meant to be in my life, I'm better off doing this by myself. Because, for an example, it looks like because I have goals, I have value, I have things I know how to achieve, and I don't need distractions. But that's coming to the sense of the self-love and the independence needed to get into this next chapter where if and when you do find a new love, you're like, dang, I was prepared to do this by myself, but now suddenly I'm met with like mind, I'm met with a lover, I'm surrounded by inspiration, my options have just opened up, and also my sense of peace where there may have been a sense of urgency. And even if there was a sense of urgency in this previous stage, it feels like a frustrated urgency because you couldn't rush the process. You had to patiently wait this out. You had to patiently go through the ups and downs, the challenges, the lessons to get to where you're supposed to be, so that when you get here, it looks like you're not only prepared, but you find yourself at peace and able to actually breathe, exhale, take a break, and even enjoy the pleasures of life. It looks like these pleasures of life you'll be able to enjoy don't even cost anything. They're just readily available. It's around you. It's in the energy. It's in the atmosphere. And that speaks to, I feel like, the transmutation of pentacles when we were reading, especially in the 8th house, which deals with dynamic chemistry and passion and even adult activity as such. But the transmutation of currency and another energy form like this, providing for bliss and peace and enjoyment that doesn't even cost a thing, but it's all in the air, it's everywhere. It's that whole point that I like to say about Pisces, how good they are at flipping negatives into positives, flipping negatives into positives. It's like the pleasures and the bliss is around you, it's in the air, and so much that I could just see Pisces grabbing at the air and turning that into cash. Can you imagine just turning nothing, just grabbing at the air, and ching, 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 ching. It's making money out of thin air. I feel like I'm kind of out there trying to describe this, but that's what I'm seeing here. That's what I have, guys. That's the best way I can put it for now. But I thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for your support on the channel. Hey, thank you for your positive affirmations and comments and support on this channel. Hey, signing off for now, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Until next time, peace.